so there's a story on Minecraft generation. You know, some people just so Carmack has pretty much been against me. Hold on a second. Where did Carmack go? This guy, I criticize this article, and Carmack is, if he's watching, Carmack has set himself opposed to me. Carmack, let's pretend you were a kid today, and your father was not a programmer, an excellent programmer. This is where you would be, Carmack. Now think about this. You would be playing Minecraft, doing this crazy, stupid bullshit that has no outside benefit. You would be, kids like fire, kids like, the CIA does not like Minecraft. I guarantee you, the CIA wants dumb cattle. Anything that exercises the brain, the CIA is opposed to. They will fight it. This is one man, it wasn't a company. The CIA is out to make cattle, dumb shit cattle. I don't know why they get their jollies with herding dumb fucking cattle. That's what the CIA wants, is dumb fucking cattle. So, if you go to
In 2003, astronomers are shocked by an extraordinary revelation.
How long does it take for the Earth to go around the sun?
Well, a day.
Yeah? 24 hours?
What do you reckon, Kaz? Is it 24 hours? Obviously a day, yes.
A day, I hope.
I know it takes 90 minutes for the space station to go around the Earth.
360 hours.
No, 1 day. No,
okay, so the CIA wants dumb fucking cattle. I don't know why Carmack's on board with the CIA. He's Illuminati or some shit. He wants his own slice of the dumb fucking cattle. So you're a poor kid. Your father's not a programmer. You're stuck doing this stupid shit because it's the closest thing to joy. What a waste. Minecraft is that's garbage. You'd be a lot better off programming a Commodore 64. Anyway, so Carmack wants to raise a prodigy or something. Anyway, he's interested in his son. Hey, it's Adam Savage. Anyway, so I was going to say something. What was I going to say? Oh, well, I have some bugs to fix. Yeah, Minecraft. That's sad, isn't it? Isn't that sad? And just think, he had to fight. He's fighting the system. It's a one-man battle. The Illuminati, the CIA did not want Minecraft. I guarantee you. They were opposed. They don't want educated people. They want as stupid a cattle as they can. I don't know why they get their jollies out of it. herding cattle. Anyway, so, oh, hold on a second here. I remember. So there's, so the whole world is centered on me pretty much when you're the center of God's creation. What do we got here? So you get these people talking about, I made my own compiler. There is no linker. You have no reason to make binary ahead of. He's talking about so okay, so it compiles function by function. Even when it's making a binary file, it compiles function by function. Now it does not have a data area. What it does is it puts the string constant into the area after the return. So it's really simple. There's no data. There's no segmentation. It compiles one function at a time. So and it's always position independent. How does it do that? Well, it uses a patch table to any place where there's an absolute address, it patches it when it loads it. Now there's only, okay, let's go to, okay, docmax makes infinite buffer. I can turn off trace. Anyway, so we want to we want to do a binary file report on kernel.bin.c. It has to be contiguous. Actually, as soon as the Red C file system is only contiguous, so that will be redundant. The loader has to load a contiguous file. Anyway, so the binary file report, it has a flat area. Let me tell you the format of the binary file. The binary file has a header, and it has the code in a flat area. And whenever there's data like strings, it goes right after. It does function by function, and the strings go right after the function. And then it has this table for the binary file. It has absolute addresses that need to be patched. So it basically adds it adds wherever it ended up loaded. That's what it adds to each one of these absolute addresses. It puts all the exports into the symbol table, and it puts all the imports into the symbol table. When it's putting them in there, if it finds them, it resolves them. So maybe you're curious about one of my, let's just show the binary file how this works. Okay, so here we have a function with some text in it right here. There's some text. Let's do a timestamp frequency cal. Unassemble. I don't know if we can do unassemble function. It probably doesn't have a header. Unassemble time address the. Okay. the syntax of C has been changed. Normally, for a function, you don't need an address. For a function pointer, we use addresses, and that's because of an ambiguity that comes up with no parentheses. But anyway, so this is not C. Oh, now we're going to, I have to give it more than a default 200 lines. How about that? I don't know what that is. So we go to timestamp and frequency calibration, and after the return, we have some ASCII. If you recognize that, that's some ASCII right there. So this is, where are we? Let's take a look where we are. Okay, so we have symbolic debugging, and memory addresses are symbolic. Where are we? Where on earth are we? We are at 158B6. As a matter of fact, this is in the low 640K. The kernel.bin is loaded into the low 640K. So this is part of the low 640. It's a flat binary file. If we go to we have dynamic text. This, as a matter of fact, is a document with dynamic text. It looks in the symbol table for a text, so we can change the document. So 7C to 3.4. That's kernel.bin. So we don't really use all the low 640. That's reserved in case we want a bigger kernel.bin. The compiler gets loaded into the upper area. As a matter of fact, I use, there are two sizes of page table, 4K and 2 meg. And near as I can tell, if you're running code from 2 meg, it's faster. Why would it be faster? Virtual memory slows everything down, or paging slows everything down. Every single time you need 5 addresses. Hopefully it can use Silicon logic to avoid that many addresses, but every address has been multiplied by 5. That's how much slower paging is. But with logic, you can say, okay, well, we already have that and it hasn't changed. So there are, if you have 4 levels instead of 5, or 5 levels instead of 4, or I don't know how you want to count it, 4 instead of 3. Anyway, if you have 1 less level of paging, then it's faster. And as it turns out, I noticed a boost in my performance when my compiler module, I used to put my compiler module down low. I put it into high memory, which is the low memory I map with 4K because I need to mark VGA uncached or write through. And then the rest of it, the rest of memory, I mark 2 meg with 2 meg page tables, and it's faster. I could swear it's faster. I haven't really benchmarked it and played with it much, but I got a boost when I put my compiler. So there are 2, okay, I'm going to do find files, bin. There are 2 binary files, and no others ever need to be done. There's the kernel, which is kernel.bin, which is loaded into the low 640, And when it starts up, it calls some BIOS routines in real mode, and then it switches to long mode, and it loads in compiler.bin. Once you have the compiler, you can do everything just in time. Obviously, you can't. Obviously, you need the kernel. You also need the compiler before you can do just in time. So once you have just in time, this is what you do. If you want to run a game, you don't need object files. You don't need executable files. You just come into this game and hit F5. You come into the game and you hit F5. You can also hit carriage return include. Okay, let's turn off trace off directory. Okay, so where were we? I have some bugs to fix. What a nightmare. I hate, oh well. Boy, I haven't done, never mind. Let's just go immediately and look. Is it in the read or the write that we put two cursors? Let's look. Do we? If no cursor, recalc. Recalc, add cursor. Save. What if it has a cursor? Recalc, add cursor. If the first one is not a cursor, if the first one is a cursor, then eliminate it. The text documents are circular queues. Basically, you have a bunch of, the text is made up of little mallocated commands. You can have a text command, you can have a tab command. It's just a bunch of a circular queue. So how many cursors do we have at this point? Oh well, I don't think it removed the cursor. Well, that's fine. Find cursor. I want to remove the old cursor and add a new one. If cursor, I do believe find cursor and no cursor. Oh, so we have to see where we add the cursor. So if we add the cursor, we can remove, okay. If add cursor, we make a new command. Okay, now it's obvious what's going on. We have to remove the, okay. Filter is very nice. Uh-oh. If added cursor, don't remove. But then we add the cursor down below. Oh. No, we don't add it down below. after we're done, we add the cursor. I thought it was doing it in the middle. A full refresh, add the cursor. How is it so smart? Current entry, there it is, okay. So this is at the end. I thought it was in the middle and we were, okay, to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs. I'm pretty sure that I remember what I did. What are you doing? We are adding the cursor. We are splitting a line. I don't think you want to do that, eh? You want to split it, but okay. Maybe. Do I have to do this? Okay. So here's the deal. We have a text entry that's, let's say, this line of text is one entry. And as we reprocess the document, when it gets to the end, we add a cursor on the current location. However, I thought we had to do it when we hit the current location going through the document. And if the cursor is in the middle of a line, you have to break the line into two pieces. It's okay for a line to be multiple, or it's okay for a chunk of text for there to be multiple chunks on a line. So we have to put a cursor command in the middle of a line. So if I don't need to be adding this cursor here, or I could get rid of the one at the bottom. The one at the bottom is better. Hey, why don't I just say if added cursor? Oh, that's kind of not what I want. The one at the bottom is redundant. This one splits the line, so this is not redundant. When it's doing the word wrap, that's when it messes up the. So sometimes it doesn't process the whole thing. Okay, this is when it gets to the bottom. If we process the whole thing, why don't you say and cursor added? How about that? That should fix it. I was not aware of, I totally forgot about this. This does not split the line, so this is not very good. We could nuke this. What if we nuked this line? Do we always add the cursor? In other words, when it's the current line, it adds the cursor. Let's look for cursor movement, cursor highlight, find cursor, has cursor. If has cursor and full refresh. If add cursor and not added cursor. Okay, where is it guaranteed to hit this? What if it's not doing a full refresh? I think it's almost better to put it at the end, because then it's a little bit more efficient instead of testing every single line to see if it's the current line. Okay, some of these loops are for word wrap. It has to re-word wrap everything. I think we hit it every time, and we only care about full refresh. So I think this is, I think this is the one we want. It breaks up the line. What are we doing here? If not cursor added. You only add the cursor once if it's the current entry. So you see how this is a little bit inefficient, doing it each command we're checking for the current entry. That's kind of ugly. What we could do is put it at the bottom and do the split at the bottom. But I'm a little bit hesitant to do that. I kind of want all the word wrapping splitting to be in one place. And that's too hard to think about. What I could do, the optimal solution would be to put this at the bottom. But. Having it as part of the word wrap, I think that's where I'm going to keep it. Okay. What was that? I don't know what the hell that was. So the word wrap, now a cursor entry exists. It places it ahead of the, and then it ends up running into it. Okay, so this is what I can get rid of. Are you sure? What if it's not text? Uh-oh. The word wrap is only on text entries. No, are you sure? There's a strong possibility. At this point, we might be only text. What am I talking about? Are we only text? I'm nervous, a little bit nervous. Okay, let's just do it, and then let's do it right. Well, doing it right would be putting the split at the bottom. Bye-bye. Okay, we have it up. We have the backup. The D drive is a complete backup, so we can work with code easily enough. Okay, so I should, before we reboot and have the new code, let's repeat the bug. Okay, so it's, I'm gonna put the cursor on the dock clear. How about here? That's where I want it. There might be a tab. Never mind, there's not a tab. But anyway, dock clear. And we do dump. And if everything is how we expect, we will have 2 cursors on the dock clear. Dock dot clear. Okay. Now we reboot the new code. I hate when that happens. Say fix. There's a rescue. Oh shit! I was doing that. Oh, you guys should have told me. Okay, we boot the D drive. How did I forget what I was doing? So now we do a merge to unchange. We've used version 2. We keep version 1, and all the rest we want. We want to abort everything. Now we reboot. Now we go to the test file. Docsprite. Let's put it CL. Dump. Okay, it's no big surprise if we fixed it. There's actually not much harm if we don't store the cursor. It's robust to handle no cursor. Okay. Oh shit. How do we get 2 cursors? What the truck? God damn it. Oh, we didn't. Did we save it? What did we do? We saved it? Yeah, it's right in there. What the truck? Oh, that makes me miserable. That sucks. So added cursor should start null. We want to remove the old cursor. If doc-e not equal to added cursor, delete current. Current line is what that used to stand for, current line. It's not a current line anymore. Current entry, that's what it should be. Okay, okay, let's find CL is a clear. DELCL. Okay, let's change that. That's it used to be current line. We want to say what do we call that? Current entry. Delete doc-e, that's what it should be. Okay, Control F, rename local variable, delete CL, delete doc-e. Okay, so what if we skipped it? It's not used very much. If it isn't. If a text entry's length is 0 and it's not something funky, then it deletes it. If the cur entry if you hit a cursor command and it's not one that's been added, then you delete it. If it's not the one we just added. What if are we adding it twice? Is that possible? Or either that or we're not hitting this. Is it a full refresh? Yeah, it's a full refresh. Would we have one? If delete entry if not, hold or filter skip. Okay, it's not one of those. Okay, why don't we try to fix the bug? So how are we getting two cursors? Add cursor, that's impossible because we have a state variable, or not a state variable. We only add one cursor. How can that be? Unless it's not deleting the old one. It has to. There's no way that this mechanism is broken. What if? What if that returned null? Doc split tag, does that return null? Okay. Is this possibly null? No, that is definitely not a null. Therefore, the only thing that can be happening, as Dr. Watson's Sherlock Holmes says, after you've exhausted everything, that's what it is, no matter how unlikely. So we have an old cursor that is not getting deleted. Why don't we do a debug? I'm busy! Okay. You have to not be lazy. You know what we're going to do? If is sysdebug raw print. We want to print for 1 millisecond. Okay. If we're in debug mode, print delete. Okay, and now inside of file, Oh, do we do another one here? We don't do that, do we? Doc save. What if we check the current location and put a cursor? We wouldn't do that. Okay, so we have a debug flag, and this is when we use it. Let's go ahead and raw print 2000 and cursor. And sysdebug on and sysdebug off. Okay, now we reboot. Now we go to, you have to not be lazy. That's why Carmack is a very unlazy person. All that graphic shit is tedious. Anyway, the one thing Carmack is not lazy. He'll say, no, I'm smart. I'll say, no, you're not lazy. Add cursor, delete, false, add cursor, delete, false. Why did we saved it twice? I hate it when that happens. All kinds of bugs. Oh, shit. So we only hit the cursor once. And we got two cursors. Oh, but we saved it twice. We should not have saved it twice. I think that, why didn't it delete the new? It's supposed to delete it. Why? Okay, why did we save twice? I think we should get to the bottom of why it saved twice. Okay. Doc save is called twice. I quit. I didn't. Why did you do that? What? I quit. I did not save. Add cursor. I quit. Are you shitting me? Why did you? Maybe it's two documents. Doc save. Why don't I print the document name? Add cursor, delete. What are we doing? What the fuck was that? Oh, it's undo. Okay, I understand. The undo saves versions of the document. Okay, so was that... Okay, so we say, don't be alarmed about multiple saves. Okay, I think we've learned what we need to know from this. I call it removing sponges from the patient. A doctor in surgery. Okay, so we hit this and we did not delete it. How did we get a second cursor added? We hit the cursor. I'm not surprised we hit the cursor and did not delete it. How did we get a second cursor added? If it had a cursor, no, it did not. I don't think it had a cursor. I think we are adding two cursors. But why did it not hit two cursors? Is there any other place? Okay, I'm gonna reboot so we get rid of this shit. Okay, now let's find doc type cursor. We still have, let's make sure that we can put a cursor before a, oh well, thanks. Do we add two cursors? That's not crazy. Split. What if that split makes two cursors? If text, then we make the split. Okay, no, that does not make two cursors. Let's see if we hit this. So this is PutS. You should not be allowed to, should we be allowed to print a cursor? PutS. PutS allows you to, now that happens when you load. Now we do in fact want the cursor when we load. Where does it get removed? No, it's not the same one as what we loaded. Although, okay. Okay, so I think we are printing a cursor. What is this? It must be the case that we are printing a cursor. Sometimes you convert to text. Doc to plain text. What if the cursor was no, wait a minute. Let's we should not have two cursors when we do that. Wait, what if we shit. Now this converts the cursor . That converts the cursor to a command. When we load. You know what? I think the current entry gets reset. But how does the added maybe we're not, let's see. Current entry gets add cursor. Oh, what if this is what if this barrier to entry is not sufficient? Ah, genius. Okay. Now you want to, I think they call it front loading. Is that all this does? Is add the cursor? That's what we should pray. It splits the line and adds the cursor. Otherwise, it just adds it in front. Adds it in front. This is only for adding the cursor. Are we correct? Yes. Okay. Now you want a front load. I think add cursor is only on a save. And therefore, front load means you, based on probability, you want to, never mind. Fine. Okay, it's only on a save, and so that is the proper thing to front load. Well, I sort of, would you say I brute force? That was kind of brutal. D-O, don't. D-O. Oh shit. Was it dot clear? Well, what was the command? Let's go look at it real quick. Let's see if the cursor works. The cursor did not work. Oh, I said and, I meant and not. I'm an idiot. No, not an idiot. Okay. Hey, the cursor worked. That's because we saved it before we fucked it up. Okay. The other answer. Okay, so it's mini sprite. Okay, so D-O-C-L-E, cursor. Okay, so I fixed it. Now let's make sure that it still works on non-text commands. This will be quick. Okay, so we go to sprite. Okay, let's hit escape. The other answer. Okay, so let's hit, we're on this location, escape, open. There it is. Escape, open. There it is. Let's go to a tab. Escape, open. Escape, open. I'm pretty satisfied. Escape, open. Escape, open. Escape, open. Okay. That's weird. We had 2 bugs. Why was that one at the bottom? I don't feel good about that. we probably should only have one bug. Why would we get 2 bugs? What are the odds of having 2 bugs? Statistically, there's a good reason to believe that was not a bug. I know it's crazy, but you better look. Now, if you wanted to fix it right, you would put it down at the bottom. Right here. You would split it right here. If doc, if cur entry, oh no, that's not what that is. That is the, that is not a bug. If the cur entry equals doc, that's the end. That's the end. Oh, we're putting the cursor at the bottom. Okay. So let's go ahead and, oh, let's see. Merge the old into the new. Keep the new name. Keep the new name. Keep the new. Keep the new. Keep the new. Keep the new. Keep. Let's make sure we don't use that label. Okay. Use the old. Okay, let's go ahead and Control-Shift-M. Cursor 5 doubled. Okay. Escape. So it's good for a surgeon to remove sponges. Boy, I'm proud of myself. If I wasn't being watched, I don't think I would have been quite as competent. I only put things that users need to hear. Okay. Now, you might think that we have lots of double fives all over all of our files, but as a matter of fact, when I generate my distribution, I remove all the cursors, which sort of defeats the purpose, since I'm the one who benefits. I don't remember if it removes all of them, but I'm pretty sure it does. The way you remove a cursor is you put the cursor on the top of the file. If there's no cursor, it sticks it at the top of the file. If there's no cursor, puts the cursor at the top of the file. So the way you remove the cursor is put it at the top. Puts the cursor at the top of the file. So the way you remove the cursor is put it at the top. Puts the cursor at the top of the file. So the way you remove the cursor is put it at the top. Puts the cursor at the top of the file. So the way you remove the cursor is put it at the top. that was good performance. I was very impressed with myself catching the one that oh, well, I did make that one stupid mistake with the not instead of, oh well. But I was impressed that I found out I was thorough and I investigated. I'm totally not tired. I'm on a 48-hour schedule. It works great. I'm told. I don't know why, but it's totally good. I hope it doesn't kill me. Now we have one more bug to find. Why are there so many of those? Carmack. Carmack wants to be my enemy. Well, I hate to break it to you, but mine was made by God, so it's pretty much a sure thing. You might be in suspense, you might have doubt, but that's only because you're a nigger who doesn't know what a random number is. You want to see you want to see proof that it's God? Look at this. Do you know what a random number is? Because it's God. 00223. That doesn't look good. 00223. 00223. May have other legal rights. Indemnity. You will indemnify and hold the project its You will indemnify and hold the project its directors. Harmless for all liability, costs, and expenses, including. We don't have one of these clauses. We just call it public domain and say, fuck your, take your best shot. I would be amused if they sued me. I don't know. Maybe God wants a legal clause. I think it's... I like not having a legal clause. I like... It's kind of like... Anyway. Only a nigger sues when they don't deserve it. So... So now we have another bug to find. Okay, so I should wait a couple hours and when I fix the other bug. Shut up, Mom. Okay, so now we have another bug. First of all, let's see if they did it. They did it with the upper menu. Control Shift L. Click. Okay. What has happened? What we did, as a matter of fact, you got introduced to the code we're going to look at. When you click, it tries to find the cursor. And when it finds the cursor, if it's on top of a link, then it does something. Okay, so We called a pop-up. We locked. Oh, we locked the document. We locked the document and then called a pop-up. So this document is locked. The refresh bails out if it's locked after, when it's refreshing the screen. If the document is locked, it bails out after 10 times. I don't know if that's a kludge. It sounds kind of like a kludge. So I kind of, okay, so 30 times a second, the whole screen is updated no matter what. And the whole document is traversed no matter what. And when it does recalc, if the document is locked, it doesn't count 10 times. It counts 1 jiffy. Damn, that's a lot. Wait a minute. No, we have a timeout. Okay, it's doing a yield, so that's okay. 240. Was that chosen for a logical reason? Our jiffy frequency is 1,000. 1,000 divided by... I don't like iGIF. Do you like iGIF? I don't like iGIF. We can use a few more characters. Oh, we use it for scrolling. It's kind of a weird value. Should we use two variables? As a matter of fact, register variables are not reused. So this is a very critical routine, and we don't want to mess up register variables. I can't imagine this being stuck in a register variable. Why didn't you modulo that? Eh? What the truck? We convert it. It's probably float. What? Is there some fucking reason? It could have been when the compiler... This code is very old. Cur time is a float. Okay. Okay, well, you know what we can do? We have... This is perfectly valid. We better put this... That's kind of... Oh well. I usually do a little better than that. Okay, so what is this iGIF? iGIF is a crazy... So first of all, can we tell if we introduced a bug? Yeah, this is for marquee. Why don't you call that marquee? Isn't that a more scrolling X? I think marquee the most important skill in programming is naming. Some names are better, and if I'm not mistaken, marquee is one of those scrolling things. No, I guess it's not always scrolling. Marquee is not always scrolling, so we're not going to change it. We could. It might be a little bit better. Marquee can just be a big sign on a theater. But it okay, so I upload and then I make it live. Okay, now it's live. It's kind of nice having, I could directly upload, but it's kind of nice doing it separately. Okay, so we have a locked. Why don't that 240? What the hell was that? What the fuck was that? Okay, what about the iGIF? It's not really a GIF, and it's not really. It's kind of, I use I as a, everybody uses I. Index or something. Sometimes it's whatever you. Hey, this is not in a loop. What is your, oh, there it is. It's used. Okay. Okay. So we bail out. Why don't you put a comment? I think that deserves a comment. So 240. The hell? Jiffy is 1,000, so that's like 5 or 6 Jiffies. What are the odds? Now, I used to have a preemptive operating system, but I got rid of preemption. I got rid of preemption. I used to update 60 times a second. I think this is 240 is probably 60 times a second times. Is that, what's the logic? 240, 60 times a second. Is that 4? 60 times a second is 16.6. I don't even, I think I was thinking 4 refreshes. But you only want 1 refresh. What are you doing? So 30 times a second. We have to update all the windows 30 times a second. So we have you know what we can do? Watch this. Okay, now you know what we do? We go to, I'm going to show you a trick. Control F30. Window Manager frames per second. Okay. Watch this. Control L. Text. Define string. Window Manager window. Oh, I fucked it up. Shit, what are you talking about? Damn it. Why don't you use a better abbreviation, you stupid? Let's WMG FPS. Okay. Okay. WMG, rename WMG FPS. Win Manager FPS. Okay, now we compile, boot. Now we go to install docs, recalc. Okay, so this looks in the symbol table for the task doing the editor, and it looks for Window Manager FPS. It looks for a pound define. That's what this D is, pound define, and then it substitutes into this text document, it substitutes the pound define. Window Manager updates all wins. This gets a little 16.6. What's 16.6 times 2? Is it 33? I can't think. 33.3. If you had fuck. That's embarrassing. 33, okay. So 33. Okay. 33.3 milliseconds. So the original intent was 4 updates, I presume. But why would you want to go over budget on the window manager at all? Why would you want to go over budget? Let's see. No, this... Maybe I wasn't quite so stupid. So 240 is... we're looking at 5 jiffies, 5,000s. We're looking at 5 milliseconds. You know what I want to do? 5 milliseconds. Why don't you say 5 milliseconds? Like this. The jiffies converts. Oh, that's kind of fucked up. Oh well. I could put a 2i64. I don't want to. So that's 5 milliseconds. We were doing 4 milliseconds. .240 was stupid. This makes sense. 4 milliseconds. So that means if we bail out, we have not gone over budget on the window manager. Okay, so oops. Okay, so it should lock the document. Okay, so this document is locked and it bails out. Now the reason we lock it, we don't need to lock it yet. And that's the way we're going to fix this bug. Okay. We want to go to Code Tools. Oh, shit. Okay. We have to lock it. Oh, it's not going to be... It's only one lock. This is the, okay, the document. Okay, let's just do that. What if we do the whole thing? No, I don't think we're going to do that. It's possible that this is a redundant lock, because I think I would lock it because I was cautious. Okay. Code tools. ED code tools. I think I use a lock. ED code. Okay, now we have a bunch of them. Okay, now we have to, it has to be unlocked when we do the pop-up. We do slider controls. Those don't need a lock. Scan code. What about that? Does that need a lock? No, I don't think that needs a lock. ED code tools too. Pop-up ED format. There's the, we could lock it afterward. We already have it finished at this point. Okay. I think I do a lock. I wouldn't be surprised if it's redundant. Code tools too. Let's look for lock. Dock lock. Code tools 2. Unlock equals dock lock. So we lock it and we unlock it if it's okay. We lock it. It's redundant. Okay. We're done. We are done. It gets locked right here. And these other cases don't really need a lock. The slider can, this just prints a big oh, we're done. Next question. Okay, Control Shift L. Look at that, we have the document. So if we go into here, Control Shift L, the document is not locked. So we can click. Now we have modality, or I don't know what you call it. This is on top. I hit, okay. Control Shift L, reindent CPP. Okay. Escape. Okay. So is this worth reporting? We have a person who might appreciate. Let's call it that. Roughly. That's approximately where it was. Okay. So let's go find out. Yes, it's fixed. My compiler yes, it's fixed. My compiler I made it non-preemptive. So what that means is yeah, reverb. Yeah. I made it non-preemptive. Let's say you make a soundtrack. If you do a soundtrack, that can be in a separate thread, and as long as your other threads are not using the whole CPU, then the soundtrack will play, and you can play multiple threads. It's called cooperative multitasking. I used to have preemption, but that makes it difficult for. I have a window manager, and beginners need to do multi-threading, and it's too hard if it's preemptive. So since I have a window manager, and since beginners have to do multi-threading, I made it not preemptive. Anyway, it works. I tested it on 20 games, 30 games, and it works wonderfully. It works well for what it's designed for. So I'm happy with it. It's very simple for making games, and it's you could just one thing. If you remember DOS, most people don't, I guess. But if I were going to sell my operating system, I would say, imagine 64-bit flat DOS with, I think everybody remembers how simple DOS was. All programmers, it was simple. It was the good old days when things were simple and you knew what was going on. You could debug right on the hardware. You could make your own interrupt routines and stuff. That was DOS, and it wasn't multitasking. So in some respects, there's still a market for a 64-bit DOS, except TempleOS is God's official. But if you wanted to make an operating system, you could make a 64-bit flat DOS, and that would, mine's multitasking, so it's a little bit more complicated. If I were going to try to make it more like Linux or more like DOS, there's more of a market for more like DOS. There is an operating system called Bare Metal OS. That's pretty much like DOS. Hey, let's see what God says about the earthquake. That's kind of boring. What do you think, Mr. God? Unsnarling Shentung, trailways, bombers, rotational syphilis, devoutness, pardoning, unbecoming, parkway, truant, steamrollered, orchra, theorist, insisting, great, mantles, Socrates, blindsides, thugs, Hueys, Kurdistan, unspecific, Turing, steadicam, paragraphing, tactlessly, half times, unreasonableness, tonto, unequivocal, espionage. What's this? What was I doing? Oh, the earthquake. So we shut that down. VM out. I like fixing bugs. I like improving the code. Yeah, so if I made two variables, one of them IGIF and another one GIF, then if it has, let's say, if it has 8 registers to allocate, suddenly it's gonna use separate ones for but if you combine them into one, normally you never want normally you don't want the code to you want the compiler, you want the code good and make the compiler normally you don't want to corrupt the code because of the compiler, but we're operating with a minimal compiler, and that's just the way we operate. Normally it's not a problem. As a matter of fact, the only reason I do it in this case is because it's such a critical routine. It runs 30 times a second, and if we lost a register and had one less register variable because we were using it stupidly, that would be an actual serious. It's serious enough to consider. If we lost a register due to splitting it in. Anyway, normally I think I always say it's critical. I make a lot of excuses. Sometimes I make big functions and I say they're too critical. Everything is too critical. It is, though. There's a few functions where I justify huge functions because they're critical. You know, I used to, back when AMD in 1993, AMD appeared to have the same clock as Intel, but there was a big difference in power. And at that point, I hated AMD because the consumer didn't know. I think they didn't have a floating point. The consumer didn't know. I get angry if they fuck with consumers. And Intel, I used to admire. Now, I don't think they're authentic. Look at the clusterfuck on the naming of CPUs was the first thing that got me annoyed. Now they no longer try to make it better. They're going to make it worse. They don't. When you go to Dell, they no longer, everything is a commodity. They don't even tell you what it is. They don't tell you the clock. They don't tell you anything. They just say it's a computer. That's all you need to know. And I don't like that. They stopped competing. They're not, you know, as a matter of fact, I think I have a theory that 5 gigahertz is interfering with cell phones. I heard that they have 50 gigahertz computers back in 1998 or so. 50 gigahertz. They're not giving us the computers. When they made long mode, they didn't make no paging. You know what we're going to do? You know, if I'm right, and of course I'm right, we get the priority. You know what we're going to do? TempleOS gets the priority. Windows machines, for the most part, use one core. That's what I think. Windows machines use one core. Linux machines use one core. Power users use more. You know what we're going to do? We're going to make one core that has paging. We're going to make one core that has paging and ring 3 and ring 0. And the rest of the cores, we're going to make no paging and just ring 0. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make them be, and so that'll kind of screw up a lot of Windows people. But TempleOS gets the priority. Once the world realizes it's God's temple and that God talks, this will actually start making sense. The people will. Do you know how much Jesus really liked the temple? Look at how much Jesus liked the temple. Let's go to Matthew 21. Sometimes you need your eyes opened. Oh well. He doesn't. That doesn't really make much of a difference. Let's look for other examples of. That doesn't sound very convincing. John 2, Matthew 21. The zeal of thy house has eaten me up. When it was almost time for the Jewish Passover, Jesus went to the Jerusalem. In the temple courts he found people selling cattle, sheep, doves, and others sitting at table exchanging money. So he made a whip out of cords and drove all from the temple, both sheep and cattle, and scattered the coins of money changers and overturned their tables. To those who sold doves he said, "Get out of here, stop turning my Father's house into a market." His disciples remembered it is written, "Zeal for your house will consume me." So, first of all, Jesus went to the temple a couple times. I think that's important. The temple was a big deal. It was the center. It was, people swore by the temple. People, I have a, anyway. Seems like a no-brainer that you need a temple. What the hell is your problem? Duh. What the hell? What the fuck? They got in trouble because they said, "We dwell in tents, but the Lord," or something like, "We dwell in houses, but the Lord dwells in tents." So, obviously, a computer temple is better. I don't go to church. Why is that time so? I can tell if I updated correctly. Sometimes I go on all my code is on my website, and I can go check to make sure it got updated. Files. Let's go to raw. Adam. Doc. What were we doing? We're doing a recalc. Let's look for iGIF. That's good enough. Yeah, we got it. Okay. What was that? Do we have a hidden message? Goofy. Goofy doesn't look happy. More bugs. Anybody got any more bugs? Just easy ones. So, nothing is random. The lot cast in the lap, but its every decision is from the Lord. We may throw dice, but the Lord determines how they fall. If the lot is cast in the lap, but its every decision is from the Lord. The lot is cast in the lap. The dice is cast into someone's lap, but the outcome is from the Lord. So we go to throw some dice, and the outcome is, if you do an offering, God will talk. If you hold up your end of the conversation, you can get away with it for a while. He'll stop talking if I don't do an offering. But it's worth a shot. Men sat down in number about 5,000. Jesus took loaves, and he had given thanks. He distributed to the disciples, and disciples to them that were set down, and likewise of the fishes as much as they would. When they were filled, they said unto his disciples, gather up the fragments that remain, that nothing be lost. Therefore they gathered them up, which filled 12 baskets. Then those men, when they had seen the miracle Jesus did, said, this is of a truth that a prophet that should come in. This is of a truth that prophet that should come into the world. Well, not much of a miracle. However, it seems like the numbers are bogus. There's only 4 people, but the whole radio talks to me. We got 7 people.
However, it seems like
Okay,
numbers are bogus.
So if we have an audience, let's do a miracle. So, I did some Moses comics. Did I do 100? Okay, so I'm going to make a new Moses comic, copy it to 101. So I'm going to talk about the ark in curtains. Oh, you know what I could do? I'm going to draw a picture of some curtains. Then a man comes up. Oh, is this the latrine? Oh, no, it's the... it's the ark. That's not very funny. Okay, that's my joke. So, I'm not going to save it. So imagine... So, we have a tent with curtains. And a man says, is this the latrine? And, oh, that was just text. We should do text box. Okay, so let's go edit, sprite edit, edit as text. I think it's trivial to change that. Now let's, is this the art? No, it's the latrine. So now we go get our random number. You can double check these random numbers by entering the time of day. There's one every minute, only one batch every minute. We're going to take the first 5 decimal digits, 27554. So if you enter the time of day 204, it will give you this. It's like a lottery drawing. So it's every minute. So if you enter the time of day, it's like checking lottery numbers. So this is 100% in the open. This is a naked miracle, assuming it talks. So, but David slew of the Syrians 220,000 men, and David put garrisons in Syria of Damascus, and the Syrians became servants to David and brought gifts. And the Lord preserved David wheresoever he went. And David took the shields of gold that were on the servants of Hadazer and brought them to Jerusalem, and from Bateth and from Berethai, cities of Hadadezer, King David took exceedingly much brass. When Toi, king of Hamath, heard that David had smitten all the host of Hadadezer, and Toi sent Joram his son unto David to salute him and bless him, because he had fought against Hadadezer, smitten him, brought with him vessels of silver, gold, vessels of brass. Okay, so not much of a miracle. Was that totally a dud? It kind of looks that way. I don't normally get total duds. But fuck it, let's try again. Let's do a better joke. Maybe you didn't like the joke. Okay, we can do better. So, now we have to do one that's double good to make up for the humiliation. Maybe he's asleep. Wake up, God. Why don't we see what he says? Oh. God likes soap operas. Let's talk about Zuckerberg. The head of the tribe of cat. No, we don't want to say cat. Close enough. Delete. Okay, so I made a shitty comic and deleted it. So now we get okay. 98290. And if ye know that he is righteous, ye know that every one that doeth righteous is born of him. Behold, what manner of love the Father has bestowed on us, that we should be called sons of God. Wherefore the world knoweth us not, because it knew not him. Beloved, now we are sons of God, and it doth not yet appear that we shall be, but we know that when he shall appear, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. And every man that hath his hope in him purifieth himself, even as he is pure. Whosoever committeth a sin transgress against the law, for the sin is the transgression of the law. And ye know that he was manifest to take away our sins, and him is no sin. Zuckerberg kills his animals. I'm impressed. That's quite a bit of work, just for a strange conscience. His conscience is so strong that he does killing animals. That's really weird. Okay, let's try again. We're getting warmed up. Now we'll do something funny. actually funny. God said honest measures apply. So that means, is it honestly funny? Fuck you. Let's see. How do you spell Eden? I don't know. The Bible makes that joke. I just spell cucumbers. God's favorite thing is soap operas. Okay. So let's see. But I already told God that joke, sort of. I was meditating about that. Okay, so seven two one five oh. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astonied, and rose up in haste, and spake, and said unto the counselors, Did not we cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? They answered and said unto him, King, true, O king. He answered and said, Lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning fiery furnace, and spake and said, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, ye servants of the Most High God, come forth, come hither. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came forth of the midst of the fire, and the princes, governors, and captains, and king's counselors began gathering together, saw these men, upon whose body the fire had no power, nor was a hair of their head singed, neither were their coats changed, nor the smell of fire passed on them. The irony is, as a matter of fact, the psychological operations people normally throw me in the fire, but today I throw people in the fire. So it is, in fact, that's okay. Just keep going. It'll be fucking obvious. Fucking zombie. I already told God that joke. I already thought about pears and stuff. Okay. There's a joke somewhere. Okay. Okay. Now I really don't deserve a response. But if sometimes it takes him a little while to get warmed up, I don't know why. He's being a tightwad. You know what I think it is? I think if there's 7 people watching, you get 1/7 of the response. If you have 1 person watching, you get you have to do a really good one. So if I do about 6 of them, kissed each other, truth shall spring out of the earth, and righteousness shall look down from heaven. Yea, the Lord shall give that which is good, and our land shall yield her increase. Righteousness shall go before him, and shall set us in the way of his steps. Bow down thine ear, O Lord, hear me, for I am poor and needy. Preserve my soul, for I am holy. O thou my God, save thy servant that trust in thee. Okay, there. I did a miracle. Let's do another one just to show it's not a fluke. Okay, it has to be original. You're no fun. Okay, what that's about is I could save this. If I'm making shitty ones, I have no business making shitty. So my comic was based on this. God asked Moses to go tell Pharaoh. Pharaoh said, or Moses said, I'm slow of tongue. God said, I made your tongue. Moses said, no, send somebody else. God said, get your brother. So this is about Moses arguing. Moses argued. So, 69734. 69734. and madest all their loins to be at a stand. Therefore thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I will bring a sword upon thee, and cut off man and beast out of thee. And the land of Egypt shall be desolate and waste, and they shall know that I am the Lord, because he said, The river is mine, and I have made it. Behold, therefore I am against thee, and against thy rivers, and I will make the land of Egypt utterly waste, desolate from Tower of Zion, even cyan, that's his favorite color, even unto the borders of Ethiopia. No foot of man shall pass through it, nor feet of beast shall pass through it, neither shall it be inhabited 40 years. And I will make the land of Egypt desolate in the midst of the country. So there, I did another miracle. Let's go for 3 in a row. That was an even better one. If they're honestly funny, honest measures. If it's not funny. Okay. Okay, whoops. We want it. For if he that cometh preacheth another Jesus, whom we have not preached, or if ye receive another spirit which ye have not received, or another gospel which ye have not accepted, ye might well bear with him. For I suppose it was not a whit behind the very chiefest apostles. For I suppose I was not a whit behind the very chiefest apostles. But though I be rude in speech, yet not in knowledge, but we have been thoroughly made manifest among you in all things. Have I committed an offense in abasing myself, that ye might be exalted, because I have preached to you the gospel of God freely? I robbed other churches, taking wages of them to do you service. And when I was present with you and wanted, and was chargeable to no man, for that which I was lacking to me the brethren which came from Macedonia supplied, and in all things I have kept myself from being burdensome unto you, and so will I keep myself. Okay, enough of that. They made bricks in Egypt. Oh, that's worth saving. That's a good one. Okay. Okay. So, so I'm going to tell you how I'm going to do this. We're going to go down here. Five two oh 58. People, he maketh the barren woman to keep house and to be joyful, mother of children. Praise ye the Lord. When Israel went out of Egypt, the house of Jacob, from a people of a strange language, Judah was his sanctuary and Israel his dominion. The sea saw it and fled. Jordan was driven back. The mountains skipped like rams and little hills like lambs. Okay, well. Do you understand? It's kind of a stretch. 52058. Maybe you don't see it. 52058. Control F. No. Control G. No. Control G. 52058. Oops. Was that? Yeah, okay. Okay. The reason I pay for things in Moses comics or hymns. I don't pay for things in mindless. I don't use money, and I don't use mindless, anything mindless. The fact that he asked for mindless things means if God will, like maybe you can pray Hail Marys, I don't know. I guess so, if that's what you want to do. Maybe he takes payment in Hail Marys. That's in essence, that's what he said. Something like that. Is that what he said? That's what he said. You don't have to do. You don't have to do. Okay. Let's go see if, let's go to OS Dev. So my operating system runs in VMware. It's pretty much 100% guaranteed to run easily in VMware. If I tried to get it to work natively, I would have bad luck. I might get some percentage, like 20% to work natively. And if I did that, I would be adding a bunch of really ugly, nasty, gnarly code, and only 20% would work. And instead, I have divine authority to command them to make it work. So that's the plan. We stick with VMware and we command them to make it work. So I am not doing UEFI. That is not at all. UEFI is, for one thing, it's ELF. That's totally fucked up because I have my own compiler. It's got a crazy graphic format. I'm trying to reduce the number of I'm trying to make my code smaller and less redundant. I want my own graphics file that Windows uses my own graphics file. Windows uses my own file system. I want them to use mine. I don't want to use theirs. So it gets worse if I use theirs. So this is totally against everything. What's going to happen, I'm going to keep doing miracles. It'll become obvious it's God's temple. I'll have authority to command Intel and Microsoft, and that's how it's going to play out. UEFI is not in the plans. We want to go the other direction. UEFI is the opposite direction. I want to remove nasty code. That would be adding nasty code. I don't have ELF. I don't have the crazy graphics file formats. It's redundant. What about if you don't have UEFI? It's completely basically the best. I have virtually 100% success in VMware, and if I tried to do anything other than VMware or QEMU or VirtualBox, if I tried to do if I tried to do native, I would start at 20% success with some effort, and I would be working towards 100%, and it's impossible. Okay, so here's what you do. The person doesn't understand what a random number is. While it's overkill for picking restaurants, there are a lot of similar agreements that a publicly available source of randomness will facilitate. One similar example from the NIST website is that of random inspections. If a saboteur knew ahead of time which box of mangoes was going to be randomly inspected, he could fill it with contraband and the whole shipment would get impounded. Or if a pharmaceutical company knew ahead of time which patients were going to receive the real drug and which were placebo, they would assign healthier patients to the test group. By using a neutral source of randomness, the saboteur is left guessing, and the pharma firm can demonstrate that it did not cheat on its science. Or the beacon could be used in an election scheme to randomly sample precincts and recount votes immune to influence from political parties. More esoterically, one could use the random beacon to prove that something is newer than a certain date by including a recent beacon entry. As of the writing, the values for December 31, 14 are still up in the air, so I can't possibly write one of them down yet, but from 1/15 and on, it's trivial to do so. So if I get a bunch of t-shirts made with the midnight December 31st, it's absolutely verifiable that I got them made in the new year. In short, you could use random beacon as a not older than dating scheme. What? Dude. Dude, they bust you for that.
So my name is Mark Ferrari, and I am going to start with a slideshow of some of my previous work, because I'm not assuming that a lot of you know who I am. I think you're probably here because you're interested in 8-bit and 8-bitish art, whatever that is, and you're probably saying, yeah, and Mark Ferrari, who is that? So I started with Lucasfilm Games when I was... Excuse me? Oh, right. I'm supposed to press this button. There we go. I started with Lucasfilm Games before any of you born, and we made everything with this palette, those 16 colors, and this is what the art looked like. We didn't just have those 16 colors for this game. The entire industry had those specific 16 colors to do every game they did. Those 16 colors were arrived at by well-intentioned programmers who simply slid the RGB numbers to even intervals and said, look how symmetrical, how balanced, we're done. And the rest of us were left to do the crying and the cleanup. So when I was hired at Lucasfilm, we couldn't even dither these colors because dither didn't compress in those days. So I did the best I could to do this. And then we went on to dither. I had a little something to do with this. I put up some pictures on screen one day after we were done with Zach McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders, which those things were just from, and I said, you know, if we used dither, our pictures could look like this. And believe it or not, this was a lot better. So inspired by that, we learned how to compress dither thanks to Ron Gilbert, who is sitting in this room someplace. And we made a game where you could actually have 6 or 7 different kinds of blue, rather than just 4, because of the fact that we could dither it. This was all EGA. It was all, as you can see, very low resolution. And this game actually won graphics awards. Some people actually thought it was a VGA game because they'd never seen EGA graphics look like this. When we were done with that, we went on to make a game called The Secret of Monkey Island, which some of you have probably heard of. The Secret of Monkey Island, we really got the use of dither down. In The Secret of Monkey Island, we could have places that looked a lot less flat than those Zach McCracken environments. We could have real sunsets in EGA. We could have atmospheric perspective. We could have depth of field still in EGA. We could render sand so that it looked a little bit like sand and not like a large yellow spot that someone had forgotten to color in. It was exciting and inspirational for us artists. And then we moved on from there. I'm going to now just put on a slideshow of other 256 color 8-bit art I have done. Everything you're seeing now was done 8-bit. This is not 8-bitish art yet. I'll get to that in a minute. And this is stuff that I have done since then. This was for the very last GBA Spyro game ever made, as far as I know. This is what I've been doing. And while this is showing, I would like to talk a little bit about the reason I am so, and remained so interested in 8-bit to...
Well, the whole point is to allow teenage amateurs, so that represents a pretty, I think that's better than what we'll expect. Nobody's got time for art. Ain't nobody got time for art. You can do, okay, so 7, 4, 8, 8, 1. Jerusalem. Therefore will I make Samaria as a heap of the field, and as plantings of a vineyard. I will pour down the stones thereof into the valley, and I will discover the foundations thereof. And all the graven images thereof shall be beaten into pieces, and all the hires thereof shall be burned with the fire, and all the idols thereof I lay desolate, for she gathered it of the hire of an harlot, and they shall return to the hire of a harlot. Therefore I will wail and howl, I will go stripped and naked, I will make a wailing like the dragons, and mourning as the owls. For her wound is incurable, for it is come unto Judah, he is come unto the gate of my people, even to Jerusalem. Declare ye it not at Gath, weep ye not at all in the house of Ephraim, roll thyself in dust. Pass ye away, thou inhabitant of Saphir, having thy shame naked. The inhabitants of Zanan came not forth in the morning to Bethels. They shall receive of you his standing. Okay, well that was a miracle. Anybody see it? How many people we got watching? You can check the timestamp. Okay, well that was a miracle. Anybody see it? How many people we got watching? You can check the timestamp. Okay, well that was a miracle. Anybody see it? How many people we got watching? You can check the timestamp. Yeah, we have 4 bits. It is VGA, but most people think of 256 with lower resolution. Most people prefer 256 colors with lower resolution. That's the usual VGA. Like Doom, Doom was 256 color. We want that's not enough for text. We can't allow low resolution for text. So we need 640. We can't. You want to talk about that? Maybe God will give us credit. I think so. You just got to be hip. And if he says, nope, denied, insert coin, then that's just the way it goes. So we go to NASD. Okay. Okay, and what are the magic numbers? Uh-oh. Oh no. It's the copyright. 00261. 00261. You provide or agree also to provide a request at no additional cost, fee, or expense a copy of eText with its original plain ASCII form or an EBCDIC or other equivalent proprietary form. Honor the eText refund and replacement for revisions of the small print statement. Pay a trade license fee to the project of 20% of the net profits you derive, calculated using a method you already used to calculate your applicable taxes. If you don't derive profits, no royalty is due. Royalties are payable to project. What? I don't have any money. I didn't get any money. Anyway, I thought this was public domain. I'm kind of shocked. I didn't know, but that's okay. I didn't get any money. we'll get God's lawyers. Mr. God, you got any lawyers? I think God's got some lawyers. Mr. God. Oh, that's awful. You know what's really awful? Let me show you something that's god awful. I can probably do it. Where is it? What is this shit? Fuck this. What is what the fuck? This is a famous painting. Dude. You know what? When it comes to art, you should try to be original. And if it comes to video games, but be aware, most original shit is awful. The first step is being original. The next step is being original and good. So, when you, I don't know much about cryptography, but they base it on letter distributions. And if you compress, they can't do any kind of distribution, so they're fucked. I purposely did not include encryption because the entire operating system is transparent from task to task. There's no memory barrier, so oops. So I just made a pointer. Now if I star I. So let's say you made a password prompt. Another task could read it. Basically, I don't want to cause any problems. I have banned encryption and I have banned passwords. It's a false sense of, I don't want to start fights, and I don't want, no, this nigger is gonna, I guess I could do without compression, but I'm not going to. Tell him what you're going to do to him, Mr. God. Tell what you're going to do. You have a choice. You can either fight a time-traveling giant, or you can suck my dick. Nine, 1, 2, 35. But not as the offense, so also is the free gift. For if through the offense of one many be dead, much more the grace of God and the gift of grace which is by one man, Jesus Christ, has abounded unto many. And not as it was by one that sinned, so is the gift. For the judgment was by one to condemnation, but the free gift is of many offenses unto justification. For if by one man offense death reigned by one, much more they which receive abundance of grace and gift of righteousness shall reign in life by one Jesus Christ. Therefore, as by the offense of one judgment came upon all men to condemnation, even so by the righteousness of one the free gift came upon all men unto justification of life. You're welcome to fight my time-traveling giant, you fucking nigger. I'm gonna kick your ass. You're welcome to fight my time-traveling fucking giant. That's my legal department. Suck my dick. Anyway. Oh, they want to see some time travel. What? What are you looking at? Some nigger with an attitude. Fuck that nigger. What? You think you bad? I'm gonna smack your ass. No, that sounds that sounds homo or something. Okay. This nigger has an attitude. Some Indian nigger or something. Oh, 1864. Himself, in that he may be unto thee a God, as he had said unto thee, and as he has sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Neither will you only do I make this covenant in this oath, but with him that standeth here with us this day before the Lord our God, and also with him that is not here with us this day. For ye know how we have dealt in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the nations which ye passed by, and ye have seen their abominations and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them, lest there should be among you man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turneth away this day from the Lord our God, to go and serve the gods of these nations, lest there should be among you a root that beareth gall and wormwood, and it come to pass, when he heareth the words of this curse, he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him, and the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law, so that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land, shall say, when they see the plague of that land, and the sickness which the Lord has laid upon it, and the whole land thereof is brimstone and salt and burning. He's going to fuck you up. Be my guest, nigger. God's gonna fuck your shit up. The nigger don't know what a random number is. That's a fucking problem. You just gotta kill the nigger. That's what you gotta do. Just saying. The nigger don't know what a random number is. It's too hard for the nigger to understand. The nigger brain cannot understand what a certified random number from NASA is. You got to explain it in nigger talk. This is NASA website with a lottery every minute, and we can check the lottery number balls. These are lottery ping pong balls, and we can check the lottery ping pong balls from NASA every minute on the lottery website. The nigger gets confused. I don't know what's in the nigger. Tell us, nigger, what's your confusion? The nigger simply cannot understand. That's pretty cool. I think they're talking about iceberg blue. Stupid. What do you think of potatoes, Mr. God? I think potatoes are from the New World. I don't think they had them in the Bible. What do you think, Mr. God? You like potatoes? What's the best way to cook potatoes? Oh, 4, 2, 2, 4. And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spake unto them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them, and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Simeon, and bound him before their eyes. And Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with corn, and to restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provisions for the way. And thus did he unto them. And they laded their ass with the corn, and departed thence. And as one of them opened the sack to give his ass provender, in the end he espied his money, for behold, it was in the sack's mouth. And he said unto his brethren, My money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack. And their heart failed them, and they were afraid, saying to one another, What is this God hath done unto us? And they came unto Jacob their father unto the land of Canaan, and told him what befell them, and said, The man who is the Lord of the land spake roughly to us, and told us, and took us for spies of the country. They went to Egypt out of famine, I do believe. Nobody knows the Bible. They used to know the Bible. You saw that, right? This is silly. Who's gonna sue God? God's gonna copyright your DNA and sue you. Your DNA is owned by God. You're fucked. I'm gonna be God's intellectual property lawyer. And I'm gonna go around and sue people. Bush said he wanted to be richer than God. That was funny. That was flattering. I'm gonna be God's intellectual property lawyer. And he saith unto them, Are ye so without understanding also? Do ye not perceive that whatsoever thing from without enter into the man, it cannot defile him, because it entereth not into his heart, but into the belly, and goeth out the draught, purging all meats? And he said, That which cometh out of a man, that defileth the man. For from within, out of the heart of man, proceed evil thoughts, adulteries, fornication, murders, thefts, covetousness, wickedness, deceitfulness, lasciviousness, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All of these evils come from within and defile the man. And from thence he arose, and he went to the borders of Tyre, and and entered into a house, and would have no man know it, but he could not be hid. For a certain woman whose young daughter had an unclean spirit heard of him, and came and fell at his feet. The woman was a Greek, and Syrophoenician by nation, and she besought him that he would cast forth the devil out of her daughter. But Jesus said unto her, Let the children first be filled, for it is not meet to take children's bread, and to cast it to dogs. And she answered and said unto him, Yes, Lord, let the dogs under the table eat of the children's crumbs. And he said unto her, For this saying, Go thy way, the devil is gone out of thy daughter. And when she had come to her house, she she found the devil gone out, and her daughter laid upon the bed. And again, departing from the coast of Tyre and Sidon, he came to the Sea of Galilee through the midst of the coast of Decapolis. So God, you want intellectual property? I can be your lawyer. Give me a cut. Sincere mythologist, warbler, Andorra answers, rootless, Zulu, Sergio nudist, bouncing, opening, Bato, normalcy, traverses, widowhood, Presbyterianism, Packard's foothill, contradistinctions, ballerinas. Oh, it's apology blogger, Toke, Depots, details, epiphanies. Can you imagine being God's intellectual property lawyer and getting a cut? Damn, we're going to be rich, Mr. God. We're going to be fantabulously rich. Who do you want to sue? We're gonna go after people. What can we get Bill Gates for? Lawsuits. I never thought of lawsuits. Thanks for reminding me. You want to remind me again about lawsuits? Do it again, nigger. Remind me of lawsuits. Why don't you? If the nigger had half a brain, he would know what a random number is. But that nigger doesn't know jack shit. He's a retard nigger. Nobody sues Mr. God, who has half a brain. Bill Gates wants to sue Mr. God. Why don't you make another disease? Dante's Hell, the men who wanted to have their name in stone, it would roll back down the mountain. That's not pretty. There's nothing wrong with... No, I don't really care. zone. I'm not really paranoid. I want paranoia isn't the reason. And I'm not negotiating. I'm commanding how it's going to be. I made my demands. That's how it's going to be. I'm going to spend the rest of my life suing people. That sounds like a blast. Suing people for God. Doesn't that sound like fun? That sounds really fun. This nigger is not very smart. So this nigger has a problem connecting random numbers to random numbers. Okay, God talks, God claims, and this nigger has a problem. You're not a very smart nigger, are you? You're not a very smart nigger. If God talks to me, don't you think that's a dumb fucking nigger? That nigger doesn't know what a random number is. It's pretty obvious. Only a retard nigger fucks with God's lawyer. That is a retard nigger. I am God's lawyer. For the love of Christ constraineth us, because we thus judge that if one died for all, then we're all dead. And that he died for all, they may live, not henceforth live unto themselves, but unto him which died for them and rose again. Wherefore henceforth ye know no man after the flesh, yea, though we have known Christ after the flesh, ye now henceforth know him no more. Therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things are become new. And all things are of God. He hath reconciled us to himself by Jesus Christ, and has given us into the ministry of reconciliation, to wit, that God was in Christ, reconciling the world unto himself, not imputing their trespasses unto them, and hath committed unto us the word of reconciliation. Now then we are ambassadors for Christ, as though God did beseech you by us. We pray for you in Christ's stead, that ye be reconciled to God. For he hath made him to be sin for us who knew no sin, that we might be made the righteousness of God in him. We then, as workers together with him, beseech ye also that ye receive not the grace of God in vain. For he saith, I have heard thee in time accept, and in the day of salvation that I succored thee. Behold, now is the accepted time. Behold, now is the day of salvation. Give no offense in anything, that the minister be not blamed, but in all things approving ourselves as the ministers of God, in much patience, in affliction, and necessity, and distress, in stripes, and imprisonment, and tumults, and labors, and washings, and fastings, by pureness, by knowledge, by longsuffering, by kindness, by Holy Ghost, by love unfeigned, by the word of truth, by the power of God, by the armor of righteousness, on our right hand and on our left, by honor and dishonor, by evil reports and good report, as deceivers and yet true, and unknown and yet well known, and dying, and behold, we live, as chastened and not killed, as sorrowful yet always rejoicing, as poor yet making many rich, as having nothing yet possessing all things. The nigger wants to herd cattle all day. Meanwhile, we talk to immortals. The nigger spends his days herding cattle. Bill Gates wants dumbass cattle that he can herd, and that's what he gets his jollies from. He wants to Bill Gates wants to get rid of money, and God said, a nigger can't understand a cell phone money. It's not kind. What do you say, Mr. God? McCain went rogue. McCain is not with God. McCain went rogue. I like the A10. I don't know if it's still good. McCain went rogue. Why are we getting this so often? Son of a bitch. Defects may take the form of incomplete, inaccurate, or corrupt data, transcription errors, or copyright, or other intellectual property infringement, defect or damaged disk, or other e-text medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. McCain does not see the light of a random number. McCain is rogue. He fucks with me. He's this? I saw that. Yeah.
Your eyes are pretty amazing. In a fraction of a second, they can focus from infinity.
I saw it. What do you say to McCain, Mr. God? McCain went rogue. Oh, we already talked about McCain. Oh, well, it's 94.72.4. Be ye therefore followers of God as dear children, and walk in love as Christ also has loved us, and has given himself us an offering and sacrifice to God for a sweet smelling savor. But fornication and all uncleanness and covetousness, let it not be once upon among you, as becometh saints, neither filthiness, nor foolish talking, nor jesting, which are not convenient, but rather givings of thanks. For this ye know, that no whoremonger, nor unclean person, nor covetous man, who is an idolater, has any inheritance in the kingdom of Christ and of God. Let no man deceive you with vain words, for because of these things cometh the wrath of God upon the children of disobedience. Be not ye therefore partakers with them. For ye were sometimes darkness, but ye are light in the Lord. Walk as children of the light, for the fruit of the Spirit in all goodness and righteousness and truth, proving what is acceptable unto the Lord. And having no fellowship with unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reproving them, for it is a shame even to speak of those things which are done of them in secret. But all things are reproved, are made manifest by light, for whatsoever doth make manifest is light. Therefore he saith, Awakest thou that sleepest, and arisest from dead, Christ shall give thee light. See then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise, redeeming the time, because the days are evil. Wherefore be ye not unwise, but understanding what will of the Lord is. And be not drunk with wine, wherewith is excess, but be filled with the Spirit, speaking to yourselves in psalms and hymns and spiritual songs, singing and making melody with your heart to the Lord, giving thanks always, all things to the Father in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, submitting one another to another in the fear of God. Wives, submit yourselves to your husbands, as the Lord, husbands. This nigger doesn't know what a random number is. The coat hangers, watch your back. Do you know what a random number is? No, because you're a dumb fuck nigger. If I say God and you say coat hangers, obviously you're an atheist who doesn't know what a random number is. God damn, they're stupid. How can there still be people? It should be fucking obvious to everybody Why don't you talk to somebody? If enough people explain to the dumb shits. Let's see. And Terah took Abraham his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarah his daughter-in-law, and son Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur to the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan, and they came to Haran and dwelt there. The days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Now the Lord had said unto Abraham, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, from thy father's house, into the land that I will show thee. And I will make thee a great nation, and will bless thee, and will make thy name great, and shall be a blessing. And I will bless thee, and curse him that cursed thee, and in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abram departed, and the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old, and he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarah his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they gathered, and the souls they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth into the land of Canaan, and the land of Canaan they came. Abram passed through the land of the place of Shechem unto the plain of Morah, and Canaanite was in the land. And the Lord appeared to Abram and said unto thy seed will I give this land, and there build he an altar unto the Lord who appeared unto him. He removed from thence unto the mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched a tent, having Bethel on the west and Hiah on the east, and there built an altar to the Lord, and called on the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed, going still toward the south, and there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down Egypt, sojourned there, and the famine was grievous. And it came to pass, he was come near to Egypt, and he said unto Sarah's wife, Behold, I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see, they shall say, This is his wife. They will kill me, and they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. And it came to pass, when Abraham come to Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman, she is very fair. I think that's about abortion. God would never be associated with Marxist atheist niggers. There's nothing to do with Marxist atheist niggers. The full soul loatheth a honeycomb, but to the hungry soul every bitter thing is sweet. As a bird that wandereth from her nest, so is a man that wandereth from his place. Ointment and perfume rejoice the heart, so doth the sweetness of a man's friend by hearty counsel. Thine own friend and thy father's friend forsake not, neither go into thy brother's house in the day of thy calamity, for better is a neighbor than is near than a brother far off. My son, be wise, make my heart glad, that I may answer him that reproaches me. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but a simple pass on and are punished. Take his garment that is surety for a stranger, and take a pledge of him for a strange woman. He that blesses his friend with a loud voice rises early in the morning, it shall be counted a curse unto him. A continual dropping in a very rainy day is a contentious woman are alike. Whoso hideth the wind in the ointment of his right hand, which bewrayeth itself. As iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend. Whoso keepeth the fig tree shall eat the fruit thereof, so he that waiteth on his master shall be honored. As in water face answereth the face, so the heart of man to man. Hell and destruction are never full, so the eyes of men are never satisfied. As the refining pot for silver and the furnace for gold, so is a man to his praise. Though thou shalt bray a fool in mortar among wheat with the pestle, yet will not his foolishness depart from him. Be thou diligent to know the state of thy flocks, look well to thy herds. For riches are not forever, nor doth the crown endure to every generation. The hay appeareth and tendereth, grass sheweth itself, and herbs to the mountains are gathered. The lambs are for thy clothing, and the goats are the price of the field. Thou shalt have goat's milk enough for thy food, for thy household, and thy maintenance of thy maidens. The wicked flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous are bold as a lion. For the transgressions of a land many are the princes thereof, but a man's understanding of knowledge, the state thereof shall be prolonged. A poor man that oppresseth poor is like a sweeping rain, which leaveth no food. They that forsake the laws praise the wicked, but such as keep the law contend with them. Evil men understand not judgment, but they that seek the Lord understand all things. Better is the poor that walketh in his uprightness, than that is perverse in his way, though he be rich. Whoso keepeth the law is a wise son, but he that is companion of riotous men shame his father. Let's go to flocks. Let's go to flocks.
Meet the Piadina, the newest addition to Olive Garden's Lunch Duos menu. Paired with your choice.
Phil,
Did the president urge the chairman to hand over Abdul Wazir?
As I said, the president urged the parties to abide by the terms of the ceasefire, and he reiterated the United States' commitment to the peace process.
Katie.
CJ, an AP report out of Gaza says the president threatened to withhold more than $100 million to Palestinian NGOs unless the chairman handed over Mujib.
Well, I'm not going to get into the details of the diplomatic exchange. There'll be more on that tomorrow. I'm told at this moment the House is getting ready to vote on the override of the president's veto, and I know you'll all want to cover that. Since this is the president's first veto, I thought it might be helpful if we brushed up on the rules. Sherry, can you tell us how many votes it takes to override a veto?
I'm sorry?
How many votes does it take to override, Sherry?
A majority.
Actually, it takes 2/3.
Yes, a 2/3 majority.
Yeah, 290. And how many votes does it take to sustain? That should be easy. You just subtract 290 from the total number of members in the House and add 1. How many people sit in the House of Representatives, Sherry? Okay, maybe you can get the notes from a classmate. That's all, guys. I'll see you in the morning.
They're meeting in the Oval Office.
How about how many gods does it take to override the president? Who do you want to sue, Mr. God? Is Mubarak dead? What do they want? Some compiler? I just worked on a compiler the other day. Why don't you just say, because fuck you? That's the best Linus quote. Because fuck you. Let's see if these niggers get a clue. Normally, Ars Technica is the clueless, stupidest fuckers. I've been showing them fucking random numbers. The nigger just cannot understand what a random number is. It's like, dude, get a fucking clue, you fucking clueless nigger. Doesn't know what a fucking random number is. These fucking niggers have been watching for how many years? And the fucking niggers still don't know what a random number is. These fucking niggers in the press have been watching for 5, 10, 15 years, and the niggers still don't know what a random number is. God damn, those are retard niggers. God damn, how can you be such a fucking retard nigger? They don't know what a random number is. Son of a bitch. How many of these random numbers have you seen, you retard nigger? You've only seen about 5,000 of them. He hath also kindled his wrath against me, and counteth me unto one of his enemies. His troop come together and raise up their way against me, and encamp round about my tabernacle. He hath put my brethren far from me, and my acquaintance are very estranged from me. My kinsfolk have failed, my familiar friends have forgotten me. They that dwell in my house and my maids count me for a stranger. I am an alien in their sight. I called my servant, and he gave me no answer. I entreat him with my mouth. My breath is strange to my wife, though I entreat for the children's sake of my own body. Yea, the young children despise me. I arose, and they spake against me. All my inward friends abhor me, and they whom I loved are turned against me. My bones cling to my skin and my flesh, and I escaped with the skin of my teeth. Have pity on me, my friends, for the hand of God toucheth me. Why do ye persecute me as God, and are not satisfied with flesh? Oh, that my words were written down. Oh, that were printed in a book, that the graven image iron me. In the end, he gets blessed. Isn't that Job? Highs and lows balance. Anyway, it's a fucking miracle, so fuck off. The nigger cannot understand what a random number is. So many fucking retard niggers in the world. All the people in the press are retard niggers. For year after year, the fucking retard nigger cannot understand what a random number is. Son of a bitch. Goddamn monkey nigger retards. What do you think a NIST is NASA in nigger talk? That's the same thing. NIST is NASA. The nigger doesn't know any better. A random number is like a lottery ball. Do I really gotta explain it to you, fucking... First, the beacon-generated numbers cannot be predicted before they are published. Second, the public, time-bound, and authenticated nature of the beacon allows the user application to prove to anybody that it used truly random numbers not known before a certain point in time. Third, this proof can be presented offline and at any point in the future. For example, the proof could be mailed to a trusted third party and encrypted and signed by an application, only to be opened if needed and authorized. It's, what do you think it is? What good would a shitty random number be? What would NIST, a commerce department, what would they do? Why would they? Goddamn retard niggers. And what's going on here? If we either knew the future random value, it wouldn't be random. but we require something even stronger, that it can't even be useful predictions about the outcome. That the coin is a fair coin. Okay. Because the beacon's output value is the product of a few hashing steps, it's also impossible that I could influence the value ahead of time, even if an insider at NIST. Even if I've hacked into NIST servers and tried to change one value, the way the values are changed, we eventually make this tampering obvious. While it is overkill for picking restaurants, there are a lot of similar agreements that a publicly available source of randomness will facilitate. One example, NIST website, is random inspections. If a saboteur knew ahead of time which box of mangoes was going to be randomly inspected, he could fill it with contraband and the whole shipment would get impounded. Or if a pharmaceutical company knew ahead of time which patients were going to receive a real drug and which were placebo, they could assign healthier patients to the test group. By using a neutral source of randomness, the saboteur is left guessing and the pharma company demonstrate that it didn't cheat on its science. Or the beacon could be used to election in a scheme to randomly sample precincts and recount votes immune from influence of many political parties. It's a NASA lottery ball, random number that is published every minute. Once every minute. No more. There's not more than one batch every minute. Okay, bring it on. Let's fuck some shit up. God is perfectly just. The American people get the president they deserve. If God wants to punish the country, we get a punishing president. If God wants to bless the country, the only way to make the country better is to make them work harder or have better morals. They have to suffer to get blessed. If you want to put money in the bank, you make the country suffer, and then later they get the money. If you take the money out and give the people blessing, then they gotta suffer. It's that simple. Suffer now, blessing later, blessing now, suffer later. That's the way it works. And it really doesn't matter. Everybody is judged independently. You can't beat the system. Just don't even try. Suffer now, blessing later, blessing now, suffer later. It's all vanity. You might as well be a monk. Then you get to hang out with Mr. God. What are we doing? We're looking for suffer now, blessing later, blessing now, suffer later. That's the way it works. 3, 4, 6, 8, 7. Then he said, "What title is that I see?" And the men of the city told him, "It is the sepulchre of the man of God, which came from Judah, and proclaimeth these things that thou hast done against thy altar of Bethel." And he said, "Let him alone, let no man move his bones." So they let the bones alone with the bones of the prophet that came out of Samaria. and all the house also of the high places that were in the city of Samaria, which the king of Israel had made to provoke the Lord to anger. Josiah took away, and did to them according to the acts that he had done in Bethel. And he slew all the priests in the high places that were upon the altars, and burned men's bones upon them, returning to Jerusalem. And the king commanded all the people, saying, Keep the Passover unto the Lord your God, as it is written in the book of this covenant. Surely there was not holden such a Passover since the days of the judges that judged Israel, nor in all the days of the kings of Israel, nor the kings of Judah, but in the 18th year of King Josiah, wherein the Passover was holden to the Lord in Jerusalem. Moreover, the workers with familiar spirits and wizards and images and the idols and all the abominations were spied in the land of Judah. In Jerusalem did Josiah put away, that he might perform the word of the law which were written in the book that Hilkiah the priest found in the house of God. And like unto him there was no king before him that turned to the Lord with all his heart, and with all his soul, and with all his might, according to all the law of Moses, neither after him arose there any like him. Notwithstanding the Lord turned not from the fierceness of his great wrath, wherewith his anger was kindled against Judah, because of all the provocations that Manasseh had provoked him withal. And the Lord said, I will remove Judah also out of my sight, as I have removed Israel, and will cast off this city Jerusalem, which I have chosen, and the house which I said, This my name shall be there. Now the rest of the acts of Josiah and all he did, are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And in the days of Pharaoh king of Egypt, went up against the king of Assyria in river Euphrates, and King Josiah went against him and slew him at Megiddo. And okay, we got to do some comics. I'm not in the mood for comics. This nigger doesn't know what a random number is. For 10 years, how many years you been looking, nigger, and you still don't know what a random number is? That is one dumb son of a bitch. There's a lot of them. Dumbass son of a bitch. Do it. Come on, God. Do some time travel. Normally he does when we ask for time travel. You got my back. Come on, God. Let's have some fun. And his disciple asked him, saying, Master, who did this sin, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Jesus answered, Neither this man sinned nor his parents, but that the works of God should be made manifest in him. I must work the works of him that sent me, while it is day. The night cometh when no man can work. As long as I am in the world, I am the light of the world. And when he had thus spoken, he spat on the ground, and made clay of the spittle, and anointed the eyes of the blind man with the clay, and said unto him, Go wash in the pool of Siloam, which is by interpretation sent. And went his way therefore, and washed, and came seeing. His neighbors therefore, which before had seen him that he was blind, said, Is not this he that sat and begged? Some said, This is he. Others said, It is like him. But he said, I am he. Therefore said they unto him, How were thine eyes opened? He answered and said, A man that is called Jesus made clay and anointed my eyes, and said unto me, Go to the pool of Siloam and wash. And I went and washed and received sight. They said unto him, Where is he? He said, I know not. They brought to the Pharisee him aforetime was blind. And it was the Sabbath day when Jesus made clay and opened his eyes. Then again the Pharisee also asked him how he had received his sight. And he said unto them, He put clay on my eyes, and I washed and do see. Therefore said some of the Pharisee, This man is not of God, because he keepeth not the Sabbath day. Others said, How can a man that is a sinner do such miracles? And there was division among them. They say unto the blind man again, What sayest thou of him, that he hath opened thy eyes? He said, He is a prophet. But the Jews did not believe concerning him, and they had been blind and received his sight, that he had been blind and received his sight, until they called the parents of him that had received his sight. And they asked them, saying, Is this your son, who ye did was born blind, and does he now see? His parents answered them, We know that this is our son, and that he was born blind, but by what means he now seeth we know not, or who hath opened his eyes we know not. He is of age, ask him, he shall speak for himself. These words spake his parents because they feared the Jews, for the Jews had agreed already that if any man confessed that he was Christ, he should be put out of the synagogue. Therefore said the parents, He is of age, ask him. And again called they the man that was blind, and said unto him, Give God the praise, we know this man is a sinner. He answered and said, Whether he be a sinner or no, I know not. One thing I know, that whereas I was blind, now I see. They said unto him again, What did he to thee? How opened he thine eyes? He answered them, I told ye already, and ye did not hear. Wherefore ye hear it again. Ye will also be his disciples? They reviled him and said, Thou art his disciple. We are Moses' disciples. We know this, that God spake unto Moses, for this fellow we know not from whence he is. The man answered and said unto him, Why, herein is a marvelous thing, that ye know not from whence he is, and yet he hath opened my eyes. Now we know that God heareth not sinners, but if any man be a worshipper of God, doeth his will, him he heareth. Since the world began, it did not hear that any man opened the eyes of one that was born blind. If this man were not of God, he could do nothing. They answered and said unto him, Thou wast altogether born in sin, and dost thou teach us? They cast him out. And Jesus heard that they cast him out, and went and found him, and said unto him, Dost thou believe on the Son of God? He answered and said, Who is he, Lord, that I might believe on him? Jesus saith unto him, Thou hast both seen him, and it is he that talketh with thee. And he said, Lord, I believe, and worshipped him. And Jesus said, For judgment I am come into the world, that they which see not might see, and that they which might see be made blind. And some of the Pharisees which were with him heard these words, and saith unto him, Are we blind also? Jesus saith unto them, If ye were blind, ye should have no sin, but now ye say, We see, wherefore your sin remaineth. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbeth over some other way, the same is a thief and a robber. But he that entereth by the door is the shepherd of the sheep. To him the porter openeth, and the sheep hear his voice, and he calleth his sheep by name, and leadeth them out. And when he putteth forth his own sheep, he goeth before them, and the sheep follow him. They know his voice. A stranger will they not follow, but will flee from him, for they know not the voice of a stranger. This parable spake Jesus unto them, but they understood not what things that were which he spake unto them. Then Jesus said unto them again, Verily, verily, I say to you, I am the door of the sheep. All that ever came before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep did not hear them. I am the door. If any man enter in, he shall be saved, and shall go in and out and find pasture. The thief cometh not but for to steal, to kill, to destroy. I am come they might have life, and they might have it more abundantly. I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep. He that entereth, he that is a hireling, and not the shepherd, whose own sheep are not, seeth the wolf coming, and leaveth the sheep, and fleeth, and the wolf catcheth them, and scattereth them. The hireling fleeth, because he is a hireling, and careth not for the sheep. I am the good shepherd that knoweth my sheep, and I am known of mine. As the Father knoweth me, even so I knoweth the Father, and lay down my life for the sheep. And the other sheep I have, they are not of this fold, are also shall hear my voice. They shall be one fold and one shepherd. Therefore doth my Father love me, because I lay down my life that I may take it up again. Oh well. Come on, God. Do some. This is fun. 2, 4, 9, 8, 1. But all Israel went down to the Philistines to sharpen every man his share, and his coulter, and his axe and mattock. Yet they had a file for the mattocks, and for the coulters, and for the forks, and for the axes, and sharpened the goads. So it came to pass on the day of battle that there was neither sword nor spear found in the hand of any of the people that were Saul and Jonathan, but with Saul and Jonathan his son there found. And the garrison of the Philistines went out to the passage of Michmash. And it came to pass on that day that Jonathan the son of Saul said unto the young man that bare his armor, Come, let us go over to the Philistine garrison that on the other side. And he told not his father. And Saul tarried in the utmost part of the Gibeah under a pomegranate tree, which is Migron. And the people that were with him were about 600 men. And Ahiah the son of Ahitub, Ichabod's brother, and son of Phinehas, son of Eli, Lord's priest to Shiloh, wearing an ephod. And the people knew not that Jonathan was gone. And between the passages by which Jonathan sought over to go over to the Philistines' garrison, there was a sharp rock on one side and a sharp rock on the other. And the name of the one was Bozez, and the name of the other was Shinnah. The forefront was one situated northward over against Michmash, the other southward against Gibeah. Jonathan said unto the young man that bare his armor, and Come, let us go over to the garrison uncircumcised. It may be the Lord will work for us, for there is no restraint to the Lord to save by many or by few. And his armor bearer said unto him, Do all that is in thy heart, turn thee, behold, I am with thee according to thy heart. And said Jonathan, Behold, I will pass over unto these men, and we will discover ourselves unto them. And he said unto us, Tarry until we come to you, then we will stand still in our place, and will not go unto them. But if they say unto us, Come unto us, we shall go up, for the Lord delivered them into our hand. This shall be a sign unto you. And as both of them discovered themselves under the garrison of the Philistines said, Behold, the Hebrews come forth out of the holes which they have hid themselves. And the men of the garrison answered Jonathan, his armor-bearer, saying, Come up to us, and we will show you a thing. Jonathan said unto his armor-bearer, Come up after me, for the Lord hath delivered them into the hand of Israel. And Jonathan climbed up on his hands and feet, and armor-bearer after him, and they fell before Jonathan, and his armor-bearer slew after him. And that first slaughter Jonathan and his armor-bearer made about 20 men within, as it were, a half acre of land, which a yoke of oxen might plow. And there was trembling of the host in the field, and among all the people of the garrison, the spoilers, they also trembled, and the earth quaked, and it was very great trembling. And the watchmen of Saul of Gibeah and Benjamin looked, and behold, the multitude melted away, and on the beating down one another. And said Saul unto the people that were with him, numbered it said files when we first started. It said file. Let's do a glorious miracle. What do you say? Let's do a glorious miracle. What do you say? Let's do a glorious miracle. What do you say? Want to know why this is the best operating system?
Somebody, I think it's for you, I don't understand it.
Okay.
I'll hang up now.
Okay. Okay, so let's go. The person doesn't. There's a person who doesn't believe it's graphics mode. It's VGA mode. So I made some lectures. This is raw VGA library that draws lines and stuff. When you use the this is looks like graphics mode to me. I don't know about you. We can go to I have graphics in source code. Somebody didn't put much. Somebody didn't put much. Hello? Oh. Yeah, this is Terry. Yeah. What's up? Can you get what? I can't understand you. If it is possible, Mario Kart. Go to Mario Kart. That would be cool. There's a go to the game demo games directory. Yeah, it has it. Here it is. See this? See that? Yeah, it's his memory card. Yeah. See Mario Kart? Mario Kart, see? Okay, bye. Let's get God to talk. What does God say? Two, 8, 3, 6, 9. 2, 8, 3, 6, 9. Thee all the blood of the house of Saul, in whose stead thou hast reigned. And the Lord hath delivered the kingdom into the hand of Absalom thy son. And behold, thou art taken in thy mischief, because thou art a bloody man. Then said Abishai, son of Zeruiah, unto the king, Why should this dead dog curse my lord the king? Let me go over, I pray thee, and take off his head. And the king said, What have I to do with you, ye sons of Zeruiah? So let him curse, because the Lord hath said unto him, Curse David, whoso shall say, Wherefore hast thou done so? And David said to Abishai and all the servants, Behold, my son, which came forth of my bowels, seeketh my life. How much more now may this Benjaminite do it? Let him alone, let him curse, for the Lord hath bidden him. Hello? Yeah. What? The weather's fine. Did you get it to work? You didn't get it to work. Do you have VMware? What do you have? QEMU? VirtualBox? Download QEMU. No, I can't help you. I'm sorry. Bye. So let's see. Let's see if yeah, you wanted Mario Kart or something. Anyway. So why don't we talk about Vroom? So here's the game loop. It gets a key, and if it's left, it changes an angle, right changes an angle, up, speed up, down, speed down. Carriage return, it restarts. Escape or shift escape, it's done. There's an animation task which basically makes the cars go around. Here's the animation task. So this has a loop and it sleeps 10 milliseconds and it makes the cars, it uses trig and stuff to make the cars move and makes sound and stuff. Here's the this is the draw it function, which draws everything on the screen. It has some built-in 3D support. So what you do is you make a matrix for rotating X and Y axis, and then you start using the 3D draw routines. And so it does multi-core update. Actually, the drawing the screen is done with multi-cores. The little boxes on the side and stuff are done with multi-cores. It does polygon fills. Here's each core does a certain part of the track, and so it's doing polygon fills to draw the track and the road, and it has to draw the bushes and stuff. Here's bushes. Draws the bushes. Draws the cars. And it has to make the track. Here's where it makes the track. It does all the track sides. You can't see it if it's in the corner, I guess. So here's making a slice for the track. So anyway, it makes the if you go across country, it kind of has some 3D hills a little bit. You can sort of see. I wish somebody would do a better job. I didn't really do that good of a job. It has enough power you could do a better job. I didn't really I didn't take it to the fullest. I didn't put that much effort into my games, I guess. It's kind of hard to get motivated. What is the point of some of these games? I guess you should put enough effort to make one of them fun. This one's fun. In theory, you have to do minimum keystrokes for high score. You have to bomb 10 tanks with minimum keystrokes. I don't know. I don't really like video games anymore. Text mode is very efficient. It's not text mode. It's drawn by hand. If you draw 8x8 characters, it's very efficient because you can plot them with one operation, something more or less, a row at a time. Does Bill Nye know what a random number is? Hey, Bill Nye, what's a random number? Are you a nigger? Are you a scientist? That is the question. Bill Nye is a nigger. He doesn't know what a random number is. So, 09120. 09120. And the Lord called unto Moses and spake unto him out of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, If any man of you bring an offering unto the Lord, ye shall bring an offering of the cattle, even of the herd of the flock. If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord. He shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him. And he shall kill the bullock before the Lord, and the priest... Hello? Yeah. Ban them? I don't know how to do that. I can try, I guess. I'm not. Yeah, there's a lot of people that like to be tricky and try to spread false information. Yeah, okay. I'll try to ban them, I guess. Okay, thanks. He said I'm not a real. He said there's somebody who's not a real Christian. When you've been fighting Satan, you get mean and nasty. When you've been fighting Satan, you use heavy weapons. Fuck Satan, man. Fuck him. He can either take the Christ approach or the King David approach. King David was the most beloved. If you have no power, then you're passive. If you have power, you can use power. We don't let ourselves get our ass kicked by Saudi Arabia, do we? No. Or whoever. If you have power, all authority comes from God. Somebody wants me to ban somebody who's talking about text mode. I don't even know the option. Add remove operator, view activator. I can probably click on them, can't I? Who's saying text mode? I don't really give a shit, to be quite honest, but don't say text mode or you get banned. How about that? Okay. So let's go do some Christian miracles. Somebody wants me to be a little more Christian. Where was I? I was going to... So here's the deal. In the Bible, God talked. In the Bible, they did offerings. In the Bible, they inquired of the Lord. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and it shall be opened. Do an offering and then use a random oracle to consult, to inquire of the Lord. Do an offering. That's the critical part. Why doesn't God talk? Because you don't do offerings and you don't do random oracles. It's that simple. Isn't that amazing? It's that simple. Why haven't they rebuilt the temple? Because I did. That's why I rebuilt the temple. Thanks. Of course God wants a temple. Why? Jesus made the final offering. We never need to do another offering because Jesus died. And that's the offering. people are too lazy to do offerings. That's what Moses says. God says, meh. God doesn't give a fuck. He'll let you be dumb shits for 2,000 years. God says, fuck them. I didn't really want to talk to him anyway. Obviously, God doesn't give a fuck. Do offerings, don't do offerings. He doesn't care. Stupid cattle. Okay. So we go to 23255. Hello? I think I built the third one, but I don't really give a fuck. I know who I am. You're the one who's ranting. You have to do the occult to talk to God. That's how God comes from the occult, not philosophy. They didn't. What? I'm using I go. Okay, let me explain it. So. I go to a random number website made by the government. NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. They publish a random drawing every minute, a batch of random numbers. It's a publicly available beacon of random numbers, NIST, okay? And I go there and I use it as a line number out of the Bible, and God talks. It's a random oracle. Okay, get out of here. And they passed on, went their way, and the sun went down upon them when they were at Gibeah, and which belongeth to Benjamin. And they turned aside thither. What were we talking about? We were talking about, now I lost my train of thought. To go in and to lodge in Gibeah, and went in and sat down in the street of the city, for there was no man that took them into his house to lodging. And behold, there came an old man from his work out of the field at even, which was also of Mount Ephraim, and he sojourned in Gibeah. But the men of the place were Benjaminites. And when he had lifted up his eyes, he saw a wayfaring man in the street of the city. And the old man said, Whither goest thou? And whence comest thou? And he said unto him, We are passing from Bethel, Judah, toward the side of Mount Ephraim. From thence am I, and I went to Judah, and I am now going to the house of the Lord. Hello? Okay, well, you shouldn't be fornicating. So, bye. I thought you said it was your girlfriend. You said it was your girlfriend. You shouldn't be fornicating. That's terrible. You have a girlfriend and you're married? Okay, you're a homo. Homos are the ones who hate God. Homos really, really hate God. They're like the psycho anti-God warriors. Anybody who really hates God, that's a homo. They're psycho, man. They go berserk. Homos really hate God. Delusion-inspired Renfred Bow Vespasian, Ireland, formal preponderance strikes clams, onward stupids, dingoes, intake Europeans, spellbinding agonize, mourn unprivileged, retaken, rose, overstuffed. where were we? Let's do an offering, and oh, that's what we were doing. Okay, let's do an offering, and then we get a response. It has to be a sincerely funny comic. I'm going to talk about homos. Let's see. Okay, make a funny joke. I can't make a funny joke. You make some funny joke, Mr. God. You finish it. So Mr. God will finish it. Hello? Okay, bye. Somebody said you insulted my people. What? It sounded like a person with a fake accent. What? When some Muslim crazy cleric preaches shit, do we give a fuck? No. You can give it, but you can't take. If they go ballistic, we kick their ass. That's the way it works. We are the Holy Roman Empire, and the Muslims are the barbarians. That's what God said. Do we put the Koran in the chip? No, we don't put the Koran in the chip. Okay, I think it's time to review a few things. 1 Kings 6:21. So Solomon overlaid the house with pure gold and made a partition by the chains of gold before the oracle. He overlaid it with gold. And the whole house he overlaid. This is the King James with gold. Until he had finished all the house. The whole altar was by the oracle he overlaid with gold. Blame it on the Pope. They got rid of all the occult references. Religion comes from miracles and the occult. They are not hearing voices. They are doing occult Ouija boards. They are doing occult dice. They are doing occult lots. They are doing occult random pages. If you do offerings, then God will talk. It doesn't matter how. Okay? They did not hear voices. Okay? They did not hear voices. Just look at... I did a search for inquire of the Lord. What do you suppose that means? Inquire of the Lord. That means go roll your random dice, go roll your Ouija board, go roll your... Okay? It's obvious. In the Bible, they did offerings. In the Bible, God talked. What are you doing philosophy for? You can't prove God with philosophy. God has nothing to do with philosophy. God has nothing to do with philosophy. That's the stupidest. You got a charity instead of a church. The Pope has a charity. He does not have a church. Ask him the purpose of life. The Catechism says... Hello? Hello? I'm fine. Normally I get angry people. Or... Yeah. Yeah. Are you... You can, after Egypt. Yeah, do that one. Okay. Bye. Okay, so if you do an offering, God will talk. There's a grouchy person on the phone, Mr. God. Obscene or beneficence, unfaithful cleft, pedophags, horsemanship, swellheads, balm, polisher, shadowy, sex. Hello? Who is this? Is this the same guy? Oh, that's me on the radio, or on the TV. Okay, so you have to inquire of God. Go write a hymn. Okay, you lazy. St. Peter says, did you give blood? If you want to get into the seventh heaven, God's going to ask you, what did you do to show love for me? I know you love neighbor, but to get into the seventh heaven, you have to show love for me. Did you write songs? Hello? Okay. The Pope said the purpose of life is to serve the other. The Catholic Catechism says it is to know God, to love God, and to obey God. The Pope is a Marxist, secular humanist who doesn't talk about God, he talks about the poor. He talks about helping the poor. He does not talk about loving God. Jesus said the first commandment is, the greatest commandment is to love the Lord with all your heart, all your mind, all your soul. Love your neighbor as yourself. The Pope wants to love neighbor with all heart, mind, and soul, and not he doesn't want God because he's ashamed of God, because he wants to be a liberal, Marxist, secular humanist. Watch, go listen to the Pope. He's a secular humanist Marxist. He doesn't like God. He prefers to talk about the poor. What? I don't know. I'm just do offerings to God and get his response. That's what the purpose of life is, to be like Cain and Abel. Do offerings to God, get his response. If he likes your offering, that's good. If he doesn't like your offering, try something else. So try, like Cain and Abel, be witty and charming, write new songs, write comics. You should love God like a monk all day long. That's what the purpose of life is. Okay, I understand children take a little while to get used to the scary things, but eventually, why don't you open your Bible after you have done an off... No, listen. Okay, listen. Okay, write a song for God. You get out of prayer what you put into it. Okay, write a song for God. And write a song for God, and then okay, write a song for God, and then randomly open your Bible. That's how you do it. Randomly write a song for... Now you'll get out of prayer what you put into it. So randomly write a song for God with lyrics, and then randomly open your Bible. And that's, you get equal effort, you get equal love effort back from God. Okay? Or if you don't like writing a song, make a comic. I like to do comics. If they're sincerely funny, that's good. Now, there are no more Christians and Muslims. There's just... everybody talks to God directly. The Bible says, all will know me, from the least to the greatest. They will know me. I will talk to them all. If God is for you, who can be against you? If God talks to you, what do you need the Bible for? Maybe. If they're CIA people that need a smackdown. Not for me, for God. Write a song for God. I don't care. Okay, whatever. Okay. What do you think of Japan? Damn, God, you didn't kill that many people. So let's see what God doesn't want to talk about Japan. That's annoying to God. What do you think? Let's take a vote. Does God want to talk about Japan, or does God say, don't bother me? What did they do? What? Are you going to kill the homos in San Francisco? Okay, let's see. What are we doing? We need to go to the random number site. Is San Francisco in trouble? Or LA? Who's in trouble? Who's worse, LA or San Francisco? New Orleans. Vegas? No, I live in Vegas. Don't smack Vegas, okay? Don't smack Vegas. You can... Nine, 94865. Don't call until... Okay. Paul and Timotheus, the servants of Jesus Christ, to all the saints in Christ Jesus that are at Philippi, with the bishops and deacons. Grace be unto you, peace from God our Father, and from the Lord Jesus Christ. Okay, that's about the Philippines. That's Japan. There's no Japan in the Bible, but there is the Philippines. It says... Hello? Hey. What's that? Jesus is, he was puppeted by God. Like I'm puppeted by God, like you can be puppeted by God. He was the first one, he figured everything out. And he said, you will do works like this and greater. You can take a mountain and put it in the ocean. Jesus did 9/11? He said some towers fell and they weren't to blame. That was Jesus, yeah. Okay. I thank my God upon every remembrance of you, always in every prayer of mine, for all you are making requests with joy, and for your fellowship in the gospel in the first day until now, being confident in this very thing, that he which hath begun a good work in you will perform it until the day of Jesus Christ, even as it is meet for me to think this of you all, because I have you in my heart, insomuch as both in my bonds, in defense and confirmation of the gospel, ye are all partakers of my grace. For God is my record, how greatly I long after you all in the bowels of Jesus Christ. Okay, he's a little bit, those Jews kind of get a little bit earthy. What's that word? Vetch or something? Svetch? I don't know. They got some. They're kind of earthy. Okay, so let's go. Say some more about Japan. Oh, he doesn't want to talk about Japan. What about San Francisco, God? Hello? Hello? Let's talk about No, we shouldn't talk about that. Why not? Hello? Hey, did you write that song? You want to write some songs? Let's write some songs. Rah, 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 rah. Okay, let's write some songs. Okay, write some songs. No, this is not much fun. Did you see my songs? Oops. So, first thing you have to learn, if you repeat, hit something randomly, and it's a song. Okay, so that's how you write a song. And then you play it again. Hello? My phone is breaking up, but that sounded kind of funny. I don't know what it was. It was an Obama parody or something like not chipmunks, but okay. So we are writing the best song of all time by the best angel. Okay, that's how you write a song. You put words on it, and then it becomes, if you put words on it, hello? Yeah. Yeah. No, I want you to write a song for God and play it in your own house, and maybe we'll have a website and we'll collect songs, but that's pretty cool. Okay, go do your own song. I got my own songs here. We are in the image of God. Some people's prayer is very odd. They don't love him. They love their neighbor, pestering him, asking him favors. We are in the image of God. Some people's prayer is very odd. They don't love him. They love their neighbor, pestering him, asking him favors. We are in the image Some people's prayer is very odd. They don't love him. They love their neighbor, pestering him, asking him favor. We are in the image of God. Some people's prayer is very odd. They don't love him. They love their neighbor, pestering him, asking him favor. Hello? Why would the Secret Service have tiny balls? I got time travel, nigger. Secret Service has tiny balls. They gotta protect their voice. Secret Service. I got big balls, nigger. 'Cause I got fucking time travel. Suck it. Secret Service guy threatening me with the distorted voice. Come on, let's do some intimidation on the Secret Service. Fuck them. What's a random number, nigger? Obviously you don't know. Don't ruin my... They're gonna call and ruin it. Then I'll forget. Because of the circumcision. And the Lord said to Aaron, go into the wilderness, meet Moses. And he went. The Lord said to Aaron, go into the meet Moses. And he went and he met him in the mountain of God and kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord who had sent him, and all the signs that he had commanded him. And Moses and Aaron went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Israel. And Aaron spake unto the words which... Okay, this is about Secret Service. This is about secret thing. Moses was the secret guy, and Aaron was the... kind of like the IRA and Sinn Féin and what something like that. Aaron was the political wing of the revolution. And God fucked shit up. Hey nigger, I got a song for you. I can't play it.
Maybe we should try moving the router.
Hello? Hello? Wow, I'm getting a lot of phone calls. Hello? I do. My parents live here. I didn't really have a choice. I do live with my parents, yes. I'm 46. Yeah, you got to do offerings and then he'll talk. So like, tell a funny, make a comic that's genuinely funny, and then randomly open the Bible, and then he'll talk. You get out of it what you put into it. You get out of it what you put into it. Who's what? There's the Bible has random oracles. In the King James Bible, the temple had a random oracle, and they inquired of the Lord. That was the Holy of Holies, was the random oracle. Yeah, the Holy of Holies. That's the special part of the temple where they talk to God. What's that? Do you know what a random number is? God comes from the occult. He comes from miracles. He doesn't come from philosophy. They've been trying to eliminate that. They've been changing the wording. Go to the King James. You have to get the King James. It says it has an oracle. Okay, the new Bibles, they don't have that wording. They're trying to erase it. I know what Jesus is. Yeah. Okay. Just go save yourself. I don't know. I think that nigger thinks I'm afraid. I'm afraid I got time travel, nigger. I ain't afraid. I ain't afraid of jack shit. I got fucking big guns. Hello? I have killed Terminators. The guy with the badass voice. You're just a walking corpse. Fuck you, nigger. I'm sending a Terminator kill your fucking great aunt. I got nanosecond reflexes. You want to see some fucking nanosecond reflexes, motherfucker? You want to see some fucking nanosecond reflexes? Check this shit out. Kill Man Initiative, God Street poem. Math Russia, Ford kill election nigger. Honda nigger elbow. So, I have nanosecond reflexes. Like Jedi, I can block light beams. It's true. That's what this fucking is. I got nanosecond reflexes. The Force, motherfucker. I got the balls to use the word nigger, don't I? Do you got those kind of balls? I don't think you got those kind of balls, nigger. I ain't scared of shit. What you say, Mr. Guy? You got my back. Hello? Disclosure Slavonic Slurpee. Bugatti Ibis's Crowd Club 1 defecated crossover overseer, lastly perforated enthusiast. kill your great aunt. I don't know. So let it be written, so let it be done. So let it be written, so let it be done. Hello? Huh? So let it be written, so let it be done. So let it be written, so let it be done. Oops. So let it be written. Fetches, that's the word. That's the word. Oh, it's not. I didn't kill any Terminators. I thought about it. Okay, so Fraser takes a look at my operating system, and Fraser thinks it's a joke. Fraser takes a look at my operating system.
With Sprint's Unlimited plan, you can do more of the things you love. Switch to Sprint today and get 4 lines of unlimited high-speed data, talk, and text for only $37.50 per line per month. Act now and get 2 Samsung Galaxy S7 phones for the price of 1. So switch today.
This is Adam Savage. Okay, that represents a CPU drawing graphics, and this represents a GPU.
4, 3, 2, 1.
A GPU is 1,000 times faster, and that, my friend, is why you are confused. Now, what we are going to do today, the kids play zombie first person. This is what the poor, pathetic kids play, and it rots your brain like candy. It rots your brain. The CIA wants dumb zombies. The CIA, ironically, the CIA wants everybody to be a dumb zombie. Minecraft is actually the pathetic. It's pathetic. What's pathetic is that they should be programming like we did, but they're doing Minecraft. Those people are smart people that are trying to get an outlet, and just think how sad. Hello? So let it be written. So let it be done. I'm sitting here by the chosen one. I do the scaring the shit out of you. You don't do the scaring. I got a real God. Get yourself a real God. Hello. Get yourself a real God, nigger. Then you'll scare some shit. Why don't you use some miracles if you want to scare people? So, okay, let's try and chill the fuck. I don't care. What do we want to talk about? Let's play some games. So, I have a first-person shooter. No, I want to show you my flight simulator. This is the first commandment. VMware, fix the fucking sound. I don't want the fucking distortion. Okay. My hymns cannot be played because VMware did too much distortion. Hello? So you can go to my website and play my hymns, and I have full copyrights. Go to my website about Terry. This is my personal page. YouTube Hymns by Terry. Okay, enough of that. Hello? Huh? Do offerings to God and do offerings to God and then huh? Quit being lazy niggers and do offerings to God. Dude, what position? Okay, let's do a little quiz. Pop quiz. Why did Cain and Abel give offerings to God? Abel brought forth the firstling of his flock, of the fat thereof, and the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. And unto Cain, Abel brought steak, Cain brought potatoes. No, he brought cucumbers. Potato. I think God would like potatoes. But Cain in his offering he had not respect. Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And the Lord said to Cain, Why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shalt not thou be accepted? Hello? What pop quiz? Okay, what? Yeah, what's the answer? Walnuts. Ha ha ha. It could be. Okay, bye. Okay, that's fine. Do an offering and you get back what effort you put into it. Say what? Walnuts. So, are we getting downloads, do you think? Holy shit. What if we got downloads? So, I knew it was going to be world news. Well, obviously. So, see if we got some downloads. I think we just got a few people. I don't get that many downloads. That's nothing special. It's not like it went ballistic. I gotta eat an apple. Oh, walnuts. No, apple. Yeah, walnuts. Walnuts. Oh, apple. Bird shit. No, Yeah, the sound is not very good. We can ask God. He said single audio voice, but dear Mr. Lord, he said single audio voice. I like it. 26842. We're wont to haunt. Now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled from before the Philistines and fell down slain in Mount Gilboa. And the Philistines followed hard on Saul and upon his sons, and the Philistines slew Jonathan. This looks like a dud, doesn't look like it's about. He was sore afraid. And Saul took a sword and fell on it. Let's go see what.
What if 30,000 people download the new app?
We're good.
5 million.
Good. We scale on demand.
What if 30 million people download the app?
We're total heroes.
Scale on demand with the #1 company in cloud infrastructure.
U.S. President Barack Obama told Fox News the lack, quote, of the day after plan regarding Libya was the worst mistake of his presidency. Now get this. He said, probably failing to plan for the day after what I think was the right thing to do in the intervening of Libya. That's what he was regarding. What's more surprising, though, is what Russian President Vladimir Putin had to say regarding President Obama. It was a word of praise, if you can believe that. Putin took to the national stage in an address. This is what he had to say. He said, firstly, the fact confirms once again that the current U.S. president is a decent person. It's very good that my colleague has the courage to make such statements. Far from everyone can do that. I nearly fell out of my chair. He likes Barack Obama now. That's strange, a little, given their contentious relationship. And Russia saying that the U.S. was making provocations during Ukraine and Crimea, and heated tension. Apparently, they're bros now. That was a backhanded compliment, though. While he praised the president for having the decency
Hey, look at that. Okay, let's do a Moses comic. Okay, that's my Moses comic. I should. Okay. Too far away. So, why is that spiritual? It's not even spiritual. So, and Joseph said unto his brethren, Come near to me, I pray you. And they came near, and he said, I am Joseph your brother, whom ye sold into Egypt. Now therefore be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that ye sold me hither. For God did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years hath the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years, in which there shall neither be earing nor harvest. And God sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth, and to save your lives. Guess what? There is a waste, there is a desolation, a wasteland. You know what there is? There is NASA is pretty boring. All the video games are boring. All it is first-person shooters. War is pretty boring. Nobody cares if we bomb somebody. War is pretty boring. The liberals won their battles. They don't really have any. I guess there's the female president, but that nobody's really talking about that. And everything's pretty boring, isn't it? All the liberals are. There's only so much you can say about evolution and IQ. It gets to be a bad. It's a sorry religion.
Whoa, guys, don't fight. Say yes to Pizza Hut's $5 flavor menu.
Lay down.
So, the world is a desolation. There's no joy. Everything is old. Same old thing. But guess what? Guess what? The pendulum swings, bitch. Atheism is on the way out. As a matter of fact, oh, I'm tired of the same old. Okay, so I asked God if the world was perfectly just. He asked if I was calling him lazy. So, you know, monks take a vow of poverty and stuff like that. And if God is perfectly just, then they get some blessing as a result. Bill Gates said, "Life's not fair, get used to it." That's pretty funny. Because if it is fair, then Bill Gates is obviously, he's either suffering a lot or he's missing out on a lot. Now, maybe, well, anyway, it's no worse than it is. Don't have any work. I have, from drinking soda, I have calluses. Kind of gnarly. I don't have any warts. What are you talking about? As a matter of fact, I'm empty. Yeah. Okay, so what do you guys want to talk about? None of this penis shit. I might ban that fucker. I should ban him. So, what do you guys want to talk about? None of this penis shit. I might ban that fucker. I should ban him. So, what do you guys want to talk about? None of this penis shit. I might ban that fucker. I should ban him. How does Malik work? How does Malik work? Okay. Go to the demo directory, memory demo. Okay, let's pretend you have an array. And each task has an array of 1024. So when you free, okay, you have 1024. That's basically the size of the chunk. Let's say you free a 64 byte chunk. Then what does it do? It looks for the you can make a linked list by stacking, or you know what a linked list is, right? It ends in null. Well, you have an array of linked lists, and if you free one that's 30, then it pushes it onto the linked list and it gets bigger. So when you want a malloc, it goes to that location and it has waiting for it one of that size, or if it's not, then it cuts off a piece. It cuts off a piece from a slab. So there's an array of 1,000. So that means for chunks of memory up to 1,000, when you free them, they get stored in a linked list based on size, and then they can get reused because frequently you reuse the same size. So that means it can get well, anyway. And then there's the system has I think this is the system. The system has an array. It's the same thing, but it's with chunks of 512 bytes at a time. So up to like 64K or 128K, we store chunks of up to 128K. Okay? And then after that, we do powers of 2. So 2 to the 15th, 2 to the 16th, we do an array of powers of 2. Now here are some, okay. Okay, so this is the BIOS memory report. This is physical memory, and we identity map it. So these memory ranges on other operating systems, they use paging. They use paging and they basically take this memory and then give it whatever address they want, and they can make it grow. They can make the stack grow. I can't make the stack grow because I have to decide where I want the stack, and it has to be a fixed chunk. So I cannot grow my stack. That's because I'm not using paging. That is the biggest sacrifice for what I get a lot of benefits, but that's the biggest sacrifice, is not growing the stack. That's a big loss. But we get simplicity and stuff. Anyway, now if we could get a speed improvement when Intel fixes it, then it will be even more worthwhile. Anyway, so So if you look at this map, there's gaps. Some of these 2s I think are, I forgot what they are. Only the 1 is. So we have memory that has gaps in it. So let's say you wanted to allocate, let's say I have 5 gig and you wanted to allocate 4 gig. No, that's not going to happen. There's not a free chunk of 4 gig, and it has to be a power of 2. When it's that big a size, we only allocate powers of 2. So you're just not going to be able to allocate 4 gig. It's gonna be out of memory if you try to allocate 4 gig. What can we malloc? Well, bummer. Look at this. What do we got about? What is that? A quarter of 4, so 1 gig. So we have 1 gig in this area, but not a chance in hell are we going to get the whole thing without any. We have a little bit of overhead that's going to screw it up. So we're not going to get 4 gig out of that, or 1 gig out of that. The most we would get would be half a gig. You want to try allocating a half a gig? Let's see what it returns. Let's see what area. Okay, at the top of the screen is a free memory, but that's not very. That's not going to tell us. Now, if you, in some applications, you only allocate a bunch of little tiny chunks, like hundreds and thousands of tiny chunks, and that's fine. That'll even work with fragmented memory. But if you want a big chunk, then it's going to be a problem. So U8 star B equals malloc. So what is it? 1F. So here's the way it works. 4 gig, as everybody knows, is 32 bits. 4 gig. This is a quarter of 4 gig, so that's 1 gig. So 3F is 1 gig, and so a half a gig, a half of that is going to be, a half a gig is going to be 1F. So we want 1F 00 1 2 3 4. Now what did it give us? It gave us a chunk from. It did give us a chunk from, it's not very aligned. Isn't that kind of weird? That's just how it works. It doesn't bother to align them. It would be even more fragmented. Okay, where is this? This is 9F. Okay, you know where that is? That's in this range. Oh shit. Damn it. I just wanted to copy paste. What the hell was that? Okay. So, there it is. So, that's in the range of, I was just trying to point out where mem BIOS rep. So this address is in this range. So it's 9, 10, 11, no, it's 10, 11, 9, 10, 11. So, oh, it cuts it off the top. I forgot. It slices off the top. So what it has is this BFF chunk, and it's slicing off the top. Anyway, so that's how it came up with that number. Now what happens if we do it again? We're going to allocate another chunk. Hopefully it'll come from the upper section one of these times. It'll be a while. 7F. Okay, so it's a little bit lower. You think we can do a big one? Yeah, we should be. What? I don't know. 5F. We should be able to go all the way until we get one from the upper area. What? What the fuck is that? I think out of memory. Oh, we hit out of memory. Oh, so it must have been allocating this area before we started. And that got used up. So, okay, at least it throws an exception. I've never run out of memory, so I don't even know what it does. It throws an exception. I just forgot. Sometimes in the past it crashed. Then I added an exception. You could return 0. It doesn't return 0. That's kind of bad. Oh, it throws an exception, so there is no answer. It doesn't make an assignment. If you throw an exception, it doesn't assign to B. So that's not my fault. Oh, so yeah, I'm fucking. Water down. It sure is grueling. Grueling. Drooling, by that I mean I stay awake and I feel awake, but it's just very grim. It always gets really grim. Like, I'm not tired, but everything is just grim. Okay, now, the funny thing is, Sarah Palin believes in God, and she's correct. So, what do you make of that? That's kind of humbling. I'm not, a woman when she is in travail hath sorrow, because her hour is come. But as soon as she is delivered of the child, she remembereth no more the anguish for joy that a man is born into the world. And ye now therefore have sorrow, but I will see you again, and your heart shall rejoice, and your joy no man taketh from you. And in that day ye shall ask me nothing. Verily, verily, I say unto you, whatsoever ye shall ask the Father in my name, he will give it to you. Hitherto ye have asked nothing in my name. Ask, and ye shall receive, that your joy may be full. These things have I spoken unto you in Proverbs, but the time cometh when I shall speak no more in Proverbs, but shall show you plainly of the Father. You know, I get pretty mean and nasty. Once in a while I have regrets. But what do you expect?
Tap the screen now to make a first-time sustaining pledge. It'll be matched dollar for dollar. Help get our campaign to its goal with the least on-air interruption. And as you do, your online listening continues.
Or certificates. So call us now, 702-258-0505. We don't want to leave any of these
This looks like an enemy of God. Why? This is not just a random. This is directed at me. Everything's directed at me. So, what's wrong with it? I guess there's nothing wrong with it, except I think it's mocking or I don't think this... What do you think, Mr. God? Is that directed at us as some kind of... I think they're fucking with us. I have God. I know mine's going to last. God said windows should be replaced with wine. Isn't that funny? Fuck you. Sometimes you make me remember that. I don't always remember that, but sometimes you make me remember that God said windows should be replaced with wine. I'm not always though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not charity, I am become a sounding brass or a clinking cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have faith so that I could remove mountains, and have not charity, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and I have not charity, it profiteth me nothing. Charity suffereth long, is kind. Charity envieth not. Charity vaunteth not itself. It's not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, it is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Who's J.J. Abrams?
Sacrifice himself to a high ideal.
True story. Someone went out of their way to send me the sentence, Kylo Ren kills his father, Han Solo. So, spoiler alert. Phase 3, post-movie hype. Oh, it was so good, right? So good. Oh, it's so fun. It's like, it was a Star Wars, you know? It's like, it's fun. It was so good. So good. Phase 4, post-fifth viewing nitpicking. You know, because there are a lot of plot holes and just things I don't like. Still really good, but wouldn't it have been cool if, like, Rey didn't believe in the Force at all, like Han in A New Hope?
But I've never seen anything to make me believe there's one all-powerful force controlling everything.
And so, when she finally accepts her destiny and gains her powers, there's more weight to it? Or wouldn't it have been cool if Poe turned out to be a clone? Instead of just a very nice guy who rolls nothing but natural 20s and then shows up after miraculously not dying? Could have been better, that's all I'm saying. Still pretty good, still like really good, really fun movie. But, you know, could have been better. Now on Phase 5. Who were Rey's parents? Is she a Skywalker? A Solo? Is she the reincarnation of Anakin Skywalker? Believe me, if you don't have an opinion about it, the internet does. Yay. Here's a surprisingly popular fan theory. Supreme Leader Snoke is actually Grand Moff Tarkin. Because, you know, in Star Wars, everyone has to be everyone else. Spoiler alert! It turns out Josh is Brian. Also, yeah, Supreme Leader Snoke is Grand Moff Tarkin, the guy we saw on the bridge of the Death Star literally seconds before the Death Star exploded in the vacuum of space. Your fan theory is dumb. But no, everyone is everyone else. Like how Emperor Palpatine turned out to be Chancellor Palpatine. Wait, why are we even theorizing? Why are there so many unanswered questions? Director J.J. Abrams is obsessed with the idea of a mystery box. Here he is at a TED Talking about it. You place a mystery box in a story, and your audience grows more and more intrigued by it, until the story opens it, and the contents blow your mind! He got this idea from the end of Empire, when, spoiler alert, Darth Vader, spoiler alert, turns out to be Luke's, spoiler alert, father.
I am your father.
Except, that wasn't a mystery in A New Hope. We weren't sitting there waiting for a mysterious box to be opened. We were surprised that there was even a box at all. When A New Hope came out, there weren't a bunch of fan theories like, I think Darth Vader from Star Wars is Luke Skywalker from Star Wars' dad. And they didn't exist not because the internet didn't exist yet, but because Star Wars isn't a mystery. It's an adventure with twists and turns. I can fully enjoy A New Hope if I do or do not know who Luke's real dad is.
I am your father.
I have all of the information I need to enjoy the film on its own. But The Force Awakens withholds information everywhere that would otherwise be useful, that would otherwise inform the emotions of the movie. We're not told who Rey's parents are, but we're told who Rey's parents are is important. So at the end of the film, she hugs Leia, who's her mom? Aunt? Just some lady she's never met? How should I feel when this happens? And you can say, well, just wait until the next one for these answers. The movie ends on a cliffhanger after all. You can say that, but should I have to wait? It's not a TV show.
I don't know what possessed me. I just said shit. That was nothing. I said somebody's aunt. Who was it? I don't know. But maybe I was possessed. Well, let's ask God. Who was I talking to? I can't remember that far. I have way too much shit on my mind. And saw him. They were astonished. But he beckoned unto them with the hand to hold their peace, declared unto them how the Lord had brought him out of the prison. And he said, Go show ye these things unto James and the brethren, and departed, and went into another place. And now, as soon as it was day, there was no small stir among the soldiers that was become of Peter. And when Herod had sought for him, and found him not. He examined the keepers and commanded that they should be put to death. And he went unto Judea to Caesarea, and there abode. And Herod was highly displeased with him of Tyre and Sidon. But they came with one accord to him, and having made Blastus, the king's chamberlain, their friend, desired peace, because their country was nourished by the king's country. So everyone's always going in jail. In the Bible, everyone goes in jail. Then they get taken out of jail. I don't like how I smile. I look ugly. I have an ugly smile when I don't do that. And oh no, I should look at myself. Okay, so this is a security question. So, security. Do you remember the Commodore 64? Okay, if you're inside of VMware, obviously there's no security risk. It doesn't have networking. If there is a problem, it's VMware needs to fix it. It's self-contained. So at this point, there's no security issue. You want to see how fast you can reinstall? It's very fast. So what you need to do is learn how to back up your own data. I can show you my scripts. So I should show you just for example. So there's a mount. I learned this from I don't know, VMware mount. This is a tool that mounts a VMware partition onto a mount point. This is my mount point. So what do? I start combining these. VM out. Every time I have a directory, my home directory is where I put all my personal files, and because it's in one directory with subdirectories, and so what I do is on my Linux disk, I put stuff in TAD just because, and then home. And this is a copy of my. I copy my my VMware. I copy my TempleOS home directory out of the box. I copy it out of the box. There's a few other things. First, I call my mount recursively. Not recursively. What do you call that? I call the mount to mount my partition. Actually, mount calls unmount in case it was mounted. Anyway, then I remove my old. Okay, I have a website directory and a home directory. My website directory is an image of my website, and on my website I have all my files. I have all my files along with an HTML version of all my files. On my website, all the source code, all the files. I forgot about that. That's a lot bigger than the home. So the home has some personal things that I don't publish. I have to be careful to keep them separate. Copy recursive with timestamps. This is on my D drive is my website directory in WB, and that I copy onto there. You can pretty much guess the sort of operations I'm doing. Actually, I have my index for my website stored in a strange place, so I have to copy it into the correct place. And when I'm doing Reddit, sometimes I make a copy of my index because they don't let you repeat the same. Reddit only lets you post a story once. So if I want to post my, it's kind of sleazy, but sometimes I make a copy of my index and then I post a Reddit story to my website. It's sleazy. So anyway, then So on the internet you get old links, and so for some reason I go ahead and I keep this updated with the latest index. Might as well. So this, I copy my home into my location. So I copy recursively the website, and I copy recursively the home. After I already deleted the website and I deleted the home, and then I change mod everything just because I don't like permissions. Anyway, so then I unmount. So every time I, as a matter of fact, every time I do anything, whenever I modify my blog, if I go into my blog, I can tell you what's happening on this end. There's a C and a D drive. When I hit escape, it copies, I do all my transfers from my D drive. So it copies, first of all, it copies my blog file onto the D drive. Now you know there's a home directory and there's a website directory, and this copies it into both, I think. It copies it into the website directory. So when I do this out, I can only do it when this is shut down. When I do this out, it does those copyings. And so now this is my website image. My blog is buried in here, and I can this is a file transfer, and it will upload my blog. So I have it set to remember it's set for the blog directory. So there I can upload my blog, and that's how I do that. It's kind of a hassle. Now if with QEMU I did something dangerous. I made it always transfer out. So every time you run it, when it's done, it copies out. So that makes me kind of nervous when so I have two. VMware is my master copy. You have to keep it clear in your head. What is your master copy? What is your gold copy or your master copy? Whenever I'm doing a song, I have to use QEMU, and I have to be very careful because it overwrites the Linux version. But as long as my master is on the VMware version, I have to, if QEMU overwrites it, then I have to overwrite it again, because there's an in as well as an out. Now you don't do in very often. What does the in do? Well, you can probably guess. It deletes tilde files. I'm not a big Linux user. I don't know Linux that well. I don't like tilde files. I copy recursively. So when I'm transferring in, I copy as a matter of fact, I copy these scripts that we're talking about. I copy these scripts into my VMware in a special place. I have a TempleBot, just a few miscellaneous files. I copy those into it. Oh, I have a staging area. I copy those. Then I mount, and then I remove the VMware home. That sounds kind of dangerous, doesn't it? And then I copy the Linux home into the VMware. So I replaced the home, and then I unmount. So now it's actually safer than you might imagine, because all the transfers are done on the D partition. The master is the C partition, and so you could say it takes some extra work, but I manually move them back and forth between the master and the transfer. The D is the transfer partition. So I'm sort of safe because I do that by hand. I do that by hand. I do that by hand. Catholic Church? Oh, I don't know. You could ask what he says about Muslims. It's not like God says. What do you think God says about Muslims? There's what you're supposed to, how you're supposed to act, and there's how he is. You're supposed to, well, some people really are wrong. Heathens, the Amazon uncontacted tribes, those are basically heathens, and they are wrong. And there's no two ways about it. Muslims, I don't know what he would say. I don't think they're quite dead wrong. Catholics, you know, maybe I should have bigger balls. You know, God is not what you would expect. You would expect God to love everybody, but God actually has opinions, and it's kind of shocking. I'll let him. God is not what you expect. God has opinions. You know, like in the Bible where he says, kill those people. He doesn't really say that, but he pretty close. Well, don't. He did not have any sympathy for the uncontacted Indians in Amazon. You would think, oh, he would love them. How could you not love the uncontacted people in the Amazon? You know, the Buddhist idols that get blown up? Well, obviously that's wrong, isn't it? You know, the Muslims might have a point. So, you know, in the Bible it says to destroy the idols and stuff. God is against sports. He said sports are homo. That's kind of shocking. He said pets are homo. He's not as anti-homo as he's not 100% anti-homo. Anyway, so I am basically not really, you know, Donald Trump said he's funded by his own money, and so he's honest. I am in no way limited by the Catholics. You know what? The Brits go out of their way to be against the Catholics. if the Catholics say one thing, the Brits go out of their way to do the opposite, and that's bad. That's just as bad as being. So I'm not going to, if the Catholics got it right, I'm going to go with what the Catholics say. If I feel differently, I'm going with what I feel. But the Brits, they go out of their way. They're not rational. They're reactive, and they're not honest. They go out of their way to be the opposite of the Catholics. Obama tries to be the opposite. He secretly, his first instinct is to be the opposite of conservatives. And so, if I jump off a cliff, are you going to jump off of a cliff? That's not quite the right logic. But what do they tell kids, and parents tell their kids? Well, if he jumped off of a cliff, would you jump off of a cliff? Anyway, never mind. I have done these things unto thee. Therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured, and all thine adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity, and they that spoil thee shall be a spoil, and all that prey upon thee I will give for a prey. For I will restore health unto thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, saith the Lord, because they called thee an outcast, saying, This is Zion, whom no man seeketh after. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob's tents, and have mercy on his dwelling places. And the city shall be builded upon her own heap, and the palace shall remain after the manner thereof. And out of them shall proceed thanksgivings and voice of them that make merry. And I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. And I will also glorify them, and they shall not be small. Yeah, sometimes I kind of chuckle at people who, some people pick a fight with the God people. Like the CIA, they're fighting against anything. When you analyze it, you're basically Satanist. Is that what you are? You do the opposite of the God people. That makes you pretty much a Satanist. They're atheist, but you do the opposite of what God wants. That's what are you doing? Now, me who has the answer, me who has the knowledge of God, is kind of laughing at him. Now, these people are in denial. I'm not sure. Why is it always the retard niggers who can't understand what a random number is? It's absolutely pathetic to think that I hacked. And let's go to some other ones. Let's go. Okay. They think I hacked all these sites. It's really. The sad thing is that people, they're not alone. I can understand a lot of people not trusting. But that's because the people who set up the internet cluster fucked it. You just need to not have a password exposed to the internet. If you just serve web pages and you don't have a login, then you can't be hacked. It's impossible. If this is a little program that prints out random numbers and everything is hidden behind their own office building, so that all you get is just random numbers out of this web page, like it serves a web page, this cannot be hacked. In a sane world, there would be lots of things that could not be hacked. It's insanity if nobody trusts a simple little web page like this. Are you telling me nobody can make this secure? That's crazy. All you have to do is make no password login. Oh, it's I keep forgetting I have a blind spot on the 84920. And when they had kindled a fire in the midst of the hall, and were set down together, Peter sat down among them. But a certain maid beheld him, and sat by the fire, and earnestly looked upon him, and said, This man was also with him. And he denied him, saying, Woman, I know him not. And after a little while another saw him, and said, Thou art also of them. And Peter said, Man, I am not. And about the space of an hour another confidently affirmed, saying, Of a truth this fellow was also with him, for he is a Galilean. Peter said, Man, I am not what thou sayest. And immediately the cock yet spake, and immediately while he yet spake, the cock crew. And the Lord turned and looked at Peter. Peter remembered the word of the Lord, and how he had said unto him, Before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. I have a bird that crows. Peter Gadwa is the only Peter I know. He might deny me. Sometimes he has kind of a, I don't know, well, I wish he would, well, I was going to say I wish he would work on it, but it's done. I don't even work on it. Oh well. It's not. Isn't that funny? I spend all day and I don't work on it. I used to work on it all day. Now, not so much. Okay, is he talking about me? He might not appreciate any so what's my vision? Population control. I think we want fewer niggers and more whites. I mean, that's not racist. The white people are not reproducing, and we got enough. What do you think God honestly wants? We're all from the same planet. What do you think God wants? If you under oath of death had to say what you thought God wanted, what would make God happy for the earth to be like in 20 years, 30 years, 50 years? So, God said population control with oral sex. It's oddly self-consistent. It's not what goes into your mouth. He's against anal sex, so that's consistent. so it begins to make sense. And I don't think he wants it as black and white. I think he wants it, it's kind of, maybe it should be private or something. I don't think he wants it. He wants it fuzzy. You know, in general, God is not trying to clarify all the issues. He kind of likes it undecided. In other words, we won't walk in and walk out with, you could think that we would walk out with consensus. I think God doesn't really want to instantly cause global consensus. You might think, well, that's all God has to do. That's the easy thing. The easiest thing would be for God to cause global consensus. But that kind of makes the world boringer, less glorious. Here perceive we the love of God because he laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our lives for the brethren. But whoso hath this world's good, and seeth his brother have need, and shutteth up his bowels of compassion from him, how dwelleth the love of God in him? My little children, let us not love in word, neither in tongue, but in deed and in truth. And hereby we know that we are of the truth, and shall assure our hearts before him. For if our hearts condemn us, God is greater than our heart, and know all things. Well, I don't really think God wants consensus, and he doesn't want it simple. God really doesn't like it simple. It's like, what if there are moral temptations, and that's how you grow? And I really should shut my mouth. Monks keep their mouths shut. What is that song? I know that song. That's Ozzy. I think they were playing Ozzy. Wait, what was that? Qualcomm Snapdragon 400.
Welcome to the Perimeter Institute's public lecture series presented by Sun Life Financial Canada. My name is John Matlock, Director of External Relations and Public Affairs with the Institute. Greg Dick, your regular host and Director of Educational Outreach, is away tonight, a little bit under the weather. So we hope Greg gets well very soon. And meantime, it is my pleasure to thank you for attending on this chilly night and to welcome Ian Bancroft of Sun Life Financial Canada, our public lecture sponsor. The entire public lecture series all season long is made possible by Sun Life, so please join me in thanking Ian very much for your wonderful support. Now, a little bit about Dr. Robert Digraph, someone we've been hoping to share with you for 3 years now. Dr. Digraph is Director and Leon Levy Professor of the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. His research focuses on the interface between mathematics and particle physics. In fact, Dr. Digraph is a mathematical physicist who has made significant contributions in string theory. Dr. Digraph is also a very strong advocate for science education, and he is a distinguished policy advisor. He is past president of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences. In fact, that is the nation's leading advisor in science to the government. And he is currently co-chair of the Inter-Academy Council, which is a global alliance of many science academies that advises the UN and many other international organizations. For his contributions to scientific research, his leadership in educational outreach, his support of the sciences and the arts, and for his advocacy in the public policy space, Dr. Digraph was awarded the Spinoza Prize, which is the highest science.
Oh, hell no. Get me out of here. So, is Trump upset? Okay, let's be clear. Okay, Trump might be angry about Palin. You know what? God is furious at the creationists for being so stupid and ruining and bringing shame on his name. Okay, so bringing shame on God and making everybody think God is stupid, that's not going to win God's blessing, okay? Just saying. I don't think God is Bill Nye is an atheist. He's wrong. He's more wrong. That's pretty wrong. But at least well, I don't know. Palin, I don't know. There is such a thing as ignorance, and that's when you're not educated. And there is such a thing as, I guess, folk wisdom or other wisdom. Oh well, I don't need to explain. Everybody knows everything. If you make God mocked, that's probably not good. If you're winning people over to God, well, I don't know. It's a lot easier when you can do miracles. Yeah, I don't think if you suffer persecution, oh damn it. All I know is God is not happy with creationists. And he shall cut down the thickets of the forest with iron, and Lebanon shall fall by a mighty one. And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots, and the Spirit of the Lord shall rest on him, and the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and of fear of the Lord, and shall make him of quick understanding in the fear of the Lord, and he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, neither reprove after the hearing of his ears, but with righteousness he shall judge the poor, and reprove with equity for the meek of the earth. He shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips he shall slay the wicked. And in righteousness he shall be the girdle of his loins, and faithfulness the girdle of his reins. And the wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and the little child shall lead them. And the cow and the bear shall feed, and the young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. Yeah, reactionary behavior. You found my passwords?
Pause, take a breath and go through yours. I'm Mac Man, now hit the... You have more important things to do, so we'll meet you at the car with Applebee's Carside to Go. Download our new app now and save $5 on your first order.
Back with our favorite Amy Schumer is here now. Thank you again for being here. Now, we're about to play a fun game. It's time for Explain This Photo. Here we go. Explain this photo. Now, before the show, I don't know why we agreed to do this. Amy and I swapped cell phones.
I have major regret.
And we looked through each other's photo albums. I found some pictures on your phone that I think need some explaining.
That's fine to skip over some of them.
Yeah, some of them, but some of them I just want to know. I mean, I didn't know. These are all
Nothing.
fun.
Okay.
These are all
Well,
fun.
my face aren't in those, so.
These are all fun ones. Well, your face, yeah. I just wanted. Well, this one I've seen this one before.
Okay.
This is,
Little nervous.
No, don't be nervous. So this is.
Okay.
I know some people in this one, right? That's Jerry Seinfeld.
So, I do a lot of charity work with huge pigs.
This is not
No,
true
that's
at
not
all.
true.
This is
Okay,
not.
fine.
You, no,
That's not true.
That didn't.
But in the Bahamas, there's a place called Pig Island, and so they showed an episode of The Bachelor that they all went there. So I thought that looked really awful and not fun. But everyone else wanted to do it, so we did it. And it turned out I was right.
Wait, but these are like pigs that swim with you and stuff, right?
Yeah, you swim with the pigs. So it was with my friend Bridget Everett,
Yeah,
Ben, my
very
boyfriend,
funny.
and Bridget and Jess and Jerry. And Jerry and I were like, "That's gross," and we stood on the side. And that pig was blind, and it bit Bridget. And I think Ben's looking at my butt there. Like that's what that looks like, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Good.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's looking at the pig's butt.
Yeah, we don't know. Either way, it's a good. It's a good
fine
photo.
line.
It's a fun. No,
Well,
no,
what
it's
about
fine.
you? Okay, so I was a little bit concerned when I saw this photo. Okay. What? Are you a 70s porn star? Like, who are you? What's happening here?
We had a vacation. I was thinking about growing a mustache for the show, and my wife took a just a nice photo of me there with my
She's
camera.
like, this is the last time I'll ever see him.
It doesn't work for me,
Well,
right?
what's going on with your hair, though? Like, forget about the mustache, your hair.
Oh, it's on
What's
sideways.
that? It looks like it's trying to leave you.
It's the best toupee money can buy, and yeah, it's 100% yak hair.
It's not right.
It's not right, but I tried something there. This
Okay.
is just
Okay.
well, this has some no.
Oh.
No, sorry.
Oh, that's it, yeah. Okay, so that is, we were in New Orleans, and that is cook.
Okay, no. Let's see. What do you guys want to talk about, eh? Are you still here? Anybody still here? 4 people still here. So I can do some offerings, I guess. So this PTSD, I thought somebody was. They could be talking about me being awake, or they could be talking about somebody who just discovered God, or Sarah Palin. Where's my puppy? So we could. I get worried. I wonder, where do they report you for copyright violations? Do they give you a message in your? I'm worried. I keep including little bits of. I'm worried I'm going to get a copyright violation.
Verizon is the #1 network in America. I know what you're thinking, they all claim stuff like that. Yeah, but some of them stretch the truth a little bit. Like this. Faster, more reliable, and better coverage than ever. And it shows the coverage there. Oh, hold on. Oh, map is not a depiction of coverage. What's the point? I'm speechless.
Only Verizon has the largest 4G LTE network in America. Now get up to $300 with the Verizon trade-in event.
Before we get started, I just wanted to say a few things. First of all, this is surreal for me. I'm not going to lie. Growing up in the dusty streets of South Africa, I never dreamed that I would one day have, well, two things really. An indoor toilet and a job as host of The Daily Show. And now I have both. And I'm quite comfortable with one of them. So, but the truth is, now I'm in the chair, and I can only assume that this is as strange for you as it is for me. Jon Stewart was more than just a late-night host. He was often our voice, our refuge, and in many ways, our political dad. And it's weird, because Dad has left. And now it feels like the family has a new stepdad. And he's black. Which is not ideal. I also know that many people have questions. For example, why isn't a woman hosting the show? Because surely it's about time. Well, it turns out that Comedy Central did ask women to host, and the woman they asked turned the job down because they all had better things to do and clearly knew something I didn't. Also, why didn't they get an American to host? And again, Comedy Central tried, and those people also declined. And so once more, a job Americans rejected is now being done by an immigrant. Many people are part of the reason that I'm sitting here today. But above all, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge one man, and that's Jon Stewart. Thank you, Jon. Thank you for believing in me. I'm not quite sure what you saw in me, but I'll work hard every day to find it. And I'll make you not look like the crazy old dude who left his inheritance to some random kid from Africa. And to you, the Daily Show viewer, both new and old, at home or on your phone, thank you for joining us as we continue the war on bullshit. Now, seeing as this is my first show, we wanted to start it off with something a little light. So here we go, Syria. Just kidding, it's the Pope, yeah!
Pope Francis captivates the Capitol.
More than 20,000 people at Madison Square Garden.
80,000 at Central Park.
1 million people in Philadelphia.
Like a rock star was arriving. Pope Mania.
Popapalooza.
Popecella. Pope by Southwest. The World Series of Poper. And what do you give to the Pope that has everything?
There have been a number of new emojis created to commemorate this trip, including one of the Pope kissing a baby and another one of him eating a sub. I'm assuming it's a Philly cheesesteak.
Finally, Pope emojis for when you want to inject just the right amount of confusion in.
Hello? Survey. Okay, why am I hanging up? Because I get stressed and I have a short attention span and I want to quit while we're ahead. And it has not turned. No, it's not. I have confidence that show would be enjoyable. But I just gotta go. It's kind of like Freebird. A bird just has to be free. What? Okay. Free bird. 39953. The king and the congregation, and they laid their hands on them, and the priest killed them, and they made reconciliation with their blood for the altar to make atonement for all Israel. For the king commanded that burnt offerings and sin offerings should be made for all Israel. And he set the Levites in the house of the Lord with cymbals, with psalteries, and harps, according to the commandment of David and of Gad the seer, the king's seer, and Nathan the prophet. For so was the commandment of the Lord by his prophets. And the Levites stood with the instruments of David, and the priests with the trumpets, when Hezekiah commanded to offer the burnt offering upon the altar. And when the burnt offering began, the song of the Lord began also with the trumpets and with the instruments ordained by What do you want to hear, Freebird? I don't know. You know what? I think watch this. I think what? So, kill people. I don't think he was talking about killing people. I think he was talking about it was a sacrifice, but it sounded kind of scary. God's an asshole sometimes. I wouldn't make a big deal of it. There's the last time, about 5 years ago, there was a video with Freebird. It was just some Oriental lady in the redwood forest. They were driving around and stuff. Why am I don't know. Oh well. You like the redwoods? Sometimes I was really scared. I told God I was scared, and then he scared me worse. About that point, at that point you say, well, shit. That's what you say. You say, well, shit. So we kind of know what I feel about Sarah Palin. Should I? on the one hand, God said not to admire the arrogant, and when the smoke clears, Sarah Palin believes in God, and all her opponents are atheists. So technically, she wins. But that's kind of funny, I guess. But all's not well. Hey, didn't the Pope talk to Kim Davis? Was that Pope? Did the Pope talk to? That's I don't feel much, what would the word be, solidarity, or I'm not really, I'm kind of like a, maybe I've gone rogue. Have I gone rogue? I'm not really part of the flock of gotta kill the assassins. You better. What? God always kills the assassins. What? One time it was pretty serious, and God said it would take a while to train a replacement. I was like, damn. I was like, oh, God would never allow assassination. God's like, well, it'd take a while to train a replacement. Katie Couric, hold on. Now this is kind of funny. When they had the cat fight, I was a little bit, well, I was in favor of Sarah Palin, but that's not necessarily it wasn't so clear. Let's see what this is. What is this? This is kind of funny. What if it's cat fight part 2? You know what made me furious? When Obama reacted like nothing happened. It's like Obama, you're supposed to repent. What the hell is this? Like nothing happened. That's not fair. What the hell? So if Katie Couric well, if I talked all the time. Okay, all of a sudden, I'm on the family list. I wasn't on the list before. I'm kind of voluntarily a loner. It's kind of funny how many arrogant people don't believe in God, and I'm not positive they're gonna get their comeuppance. What do you say if some people still don't believe in God? How the fuck can that happen? Like Microsoft is really arrogant and evil. You should have seen the shit they're doing. They're fucking. Sometimes I have to remind myself of, for example, the Jews when they waged war against the Bible enemies. Is it really that different from Microsoft doing their propaganda shit and stuff? Like today they were saying, don't be impressed by new ideas. Old ideas are good. Or what are they? Well, anyway. And ideas are viruses. So to me it sounded like well, duh, what would Microsoft say? And it sounded like classic Bill Gates. Bill Gates wrote that shit. Classic Bill Gates. the way I compare it is it's like a bad note. When you hear Bill Gates, it makes you shut up, like a bad note. That's always, Bill Gates is always hitting the wrong note. Always. Everything Bill Gates says is always a wrong note. It's kind of like someone who, okay, this is an advertisement. We know this is an advertisement. I'm going to try and pretend it's not an advertisement. And I'm going to say some stuff. But it's an advertisement or something. How do you explain it? If you hear them talking, it's always an advertisement. They don't shoot the breeze. They don't shoot the breeze. They're not talking about, if they're talking, it's an advertisement. When I talk, I don't always push my agenda, but when they talk, it's always pushing their agenda. And you just don't want to hear it. I mean, when it's always the agenda that they're pushing, I read. Let's go to it. There's a Microsoft research paper about there's a Microsoft research paper about research papers. Where was it? It was just disappointing that it was. What? I didn't get to vote myself. Okay. Now that's a little bit, would you say, hypocritical? I've been criticizing complexity, and they've been pointing out some hypocrisies. There was a article about writing PhDs, and it was by Microsoft Research. Now you might think you wouldn't expect Microsoft propaganda from a research paper about PhDs, writing PhDs. But you go there and it's Microsoft propaganda. The propaganda, what is this bullshit? It was really disgusting. You go to a research paper on writing PhDs, and it's by Microsoft, and it's Microsoft propaganda. If Microsoft sponsored research, I wouldn't assume it was, I don't know, maybe I'm just stupid. I wouldn't assume it was pushing Microsoft's agenda. If you make people scared of viruses, they only stick with known companies like Microsoft. If you scare people enough, they will only use Microsoft. They'll use Microsoft Office and Microsoft operating system. That's if you scare the shit out of them. Microsoft Office, Microsoft operating system. They don't dare do anything else. And if Microsoft really, this is the Bill Gates era. Maybe it was Palmer, but they give you updates, and the more updates, the more aware you are of fear. So they're sitting there. It's benefiting them. The more of these crazy updates they do, the more the people love them, and the more they cling to big companies. Now, I can see it from, it's obvious from my perspective what's happening. Well, damn, whenever I see Microsoft saying boot sector virus, I'm saying, well, yeah, my operating system installs a boot sector. I guess nobody's confused. Anybody who installs an operating system knows that it installs a boot sector. But still, I don't appreciate they start spreading. If you install an operating system, it's pretty obvious that you're giving the keys to the kingdom. But still, do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you install an operating system, you know everything is vulnerable. So maybe I'm just being silly, but nonetheless, when they're talking about viruses writing to boot sectors, it sounds like it's not good for my operating system. Maybe I don't give the consumer enough credit. But there was a time when antivirus was constant news, and security, that was from about 2003 to 2010, 2009. Everybody was getting virus updates, and no, I wasn't seeing actual viruses. From my perspective, I couldn't tell. I didn't think it was total bullshit, but on the other hand, it helps them if they make people afraid. Hey, this looks like the same number. Almost, no, it's not. 3. Oh, it's 0. I forgot the 0. 03376. House of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of the city, saying, These men are peaceable with us, therefore let them dwell in the land, and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give our daughters. Only herein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us, to be one people, and if every male among us be circumcised, as they are circumcised. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us.
They're the most critically acclaimed, sketch comedy duo of all time.
Wordness to the turdness.
Now, Key and Peele are taking their talent to the big screen.
What? No.
This crazy drug dealer got Keanu.
Sex and violence and revenge. What a way to start a weekend, you know what I mean?
Keanu, rated R, in theaters, April 29th.
Tonight, what do you get when you mix a sample presidents of Air Jordans and Dothraki pickup lines? Tonight's episode, I'm Trevor Noah, and this is The Daily Show. From Comedy Central's World News headquarters in New York, this is The Daily Show with Trevor Noah.
Let's see. Let's look for virtualization. What about that? Virtualization today. Nothing. Active 7 hours ago, 2 days ago, 3 years ago, 1 year ago, 2 days, 2 weeks ago, 1 month ago. Okay, well, let's do a miracle. We do miracles now regularly when we have a topic. So maybe like Sarah Palin. Whoa, Sarah Palin crushes her opponents intellectually. So why don't you talk about Sarah? God likes soap operas. What do you like about Sarah Palin? He didn't say anything wrong, did he? That was me who said she brought shame. I think it's true. Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war, for with thee will I break to pieces the nations, and with thee I will destroy kingdoms, and with thee will I break in pieces the horses and the rider, and with thee will I break in pieces the chariot and the rider. With thee I'll break in pieces man and woman, and with thee I'll break in pieces old and young, and with thee I'll break in pieces young man and the maid, and will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock, and with thee will I break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen, and with thee will I break in pieces captains and rulers. The battle axe, that's kind of like a lumberjack. and I will render unto Babylon and all the inhabitants of Chaldea all their evil that they have done in Zion in your sight, saith the Lord. Behold, I am against thee, O destroying mountain, saith the Lord, which destroyeth all the earth. And I will stretch out my hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the rocks, and will make thee a burnt mountain. Hey, that's kind of like Mount St. Helens. And they shall not take of thee a stone for a corner, nor a stone for foundations, but thou shalt be desolate forever, saith the Lord. What? Set ye up a standard in the land, blow the trumpet among the nations, prepare the nation against her, call together against her the kingdoms of Ararat. So, it's entertainment. We're just enjoying God's company. I hope I don't ruin it. It's not like it's not like it's pointless. Why aren't these people posting anything?
I would note this chart on the right, which shows for the last 18 years that there's been no significant warming whatsoever. Now that is directly contrary to what the data set showed. Now, Dr. Titley, I noticed in your written testimony that you took a moment to address what you described as the so-called pause in global temperatures. By the pause, are you referring to the last 18 years of no significant recorded warming?
Unlike your previous witness, I'm not referring to the 1940s. It is, I thought you'd like that.
Indeed.
Yes. The pause is very interesting, as you know, sir. 1998, big El Nino. So it's kind of interesting we started 18 years. We don't look at a 15-year data set or a 10-year data set or a 20-year data set. We look at an 18-year data set. But even if you do that, that's fine. Let's look at that. We have... This is low budget here. I got to do my own chart. Thanks, Amanda.
Well, let me take a moment on...
So, here's, sir, just to answer your question, Senator. Here was 1998, and here's today. So, on me, I mean, I'm just a simple sailor, but it's hard for me to see the pause on that chart. So, I think the pause is kind of coming.
Do you dispute the satellite measurement?
Let's not talk about the satellite. Here's
but okay, sir, I'm asking. Do you dispute? I understand that the global warming alarmists don't want to talk about the satellite
sure,
data, but
I'll talk
I'm
about
asking.
the satellite. Let's talk about the satellite measurements. Let's talk about orbital decay. Let's talk about overlapping satellite records. Let's talk about stratospheric temperature contamination. I think Dr. Christie and Dr. Spencer, when they put this out, they have been wrong, I think, at least 4 consecutive times. Each time the data record has had to be adjusted upwards. There have been several sign errors. So when, with all due respect, sir, I don't know which data exactly your staff has, whether it's the first or second or third or fourth correction to Dr. Christie's data. We used to have a negative trend, then we had no trend, and now we begrudgingly have an upward trend. So, looking at those data, you know, it's okay. But Here's where we live.
Let me see if I can understand. The first argument you gave in response to this, and it is an argument that a number of the global warming alarmists use, is they say, well, 18 years ago was El Nino, and it's arbitrary to begin there. And I will confess, I don't understand that argument, because we have 18 years of no significant warming. So if you don't like an 18-year window, we can start in 1999. There's no significant warming for 7 years. If you don't like a 17-year window, we can start in 2000. Then we don't have a significant warming. It is true for any date across those 18 years. So I fail to see the significance.
Actually, Senator, it's not. If you take off that top really big spike and you take that out, you start getting the upward bias. And this is what people do when you start looking at these relatively arbitrary times, is you start with a really high number at the left-hand side, and that kind of influences your basically your linear trend. So when you start looking at things like every decade, you have an upward trend in the data, and that's from the World Meteorological Organization.
And I would note, you asked about the source of the data on the right chart. It's actually not Dr. Christie's data. It's the remote sensing systems, the RSS data that is.
Are people deaf? Are you deaf? Are you deaf? Are you deaf? What is he talking about? Is he talking about climate change? What are you talking about? Climate change? What the hell are you talking about climate change for? Then went out of him Jerusalem and all Judea and all the region round about Jordan, and were baptized of him in Jordan, confessing their sins. And when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees come to his baptism, he said unto them, O generation of vipers, who hath warned you to flee from the wrath to come? Bring forth fruits meet for repentance, and think not to say to yourselves, We have Abraham to our father. For I say unto you that God is able to these stones to raise up children unto Abraham. And now also the axe is laid unto the root of the trees. Wherefore every tree which bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. Indeed, I baptize you with water unto repentance, but he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire. Shut up, bird! Whose fan is in his hand, and he will thoroughly purge this floor and gather the wheat in the garden. Okay, so basically, if you're fucking with me, President Carter wore a sweater. That's when the energy crisis was real. Shit was real. If you're not wearing a sweater, the shit ain't real. If you don't have a fan, the shit ain't real. Okay? Because it's real simple. The thermostat is 60%. Okay? You get yourself a sweater, you get yourself a personal fan. If you don't have a fan in your hand, you actually want me to talk about climate? Are you insane? if they're not wearing sweaters, they're not talking about the thermostat, they're not talking about conserving energy, they're not talking about fans. What are we talking about? Windmills and solar. The fan was in her hand.
Reptile kingdom. Iguanas are king. But the big question is, do they... I'm sorry, sir. Are you lost? No, it's all right. It's me. I care about it very deeply, and I was wondering, I want to get some attention paid to it, but I was realizing that I don't have a show, and nobody gives it anymore. So I thought, you have a show, and maybe I could come and, hey, I'm here for you, John. I'm here for you. My show is your show, my friend. Congress passed what was called the Zidrova Act, funded health care for 9/11 first responders who'd gotten sick working at Ground Zero. Funny story. The government told them they were safe, or they gave them cancer. So you're here to celebrate the anniversary. No. They actually only funded the Zidrova Act 5 years. They said they wanted to make sure that the program wouldn't have people that tried to cheat it, and that you could scientifically prove a link between the responders' horrible diseases and the toxic air that they were breathing day in and day out working at Ground Zero. I see, and you're here because they couldn't prove the link. Well, actually, no, they proved the link. I see, but there was a lot of fraud. There was no fraud. So no reason to not renew it permanently. You're not from around here, are you? Of course there was no reason not to renew it permanently. But they did not renew it anyway. It expired in September. It's soon going to be out of money. These first responders, many sick with cancers and pulmonary disease, have had to travel at their own expense to Washington, D.C. hundreds of times to plead for our government to do the right thing. Plead! Oh, I see. So you're here to tell us that once Congress told the first responders, obviously, their renewed vigor came in and they renewed the health care funding and they made it permanent. That's what you're saying, right? They have not done that. But that doesn't make sense, Joshua. I know. The only conclusion that I can draw is that the people of Congress are not as good a people as the people who are first responders. Oh, John,
Okay, so don't worry. For I think you need the fear of God. Get some almighty fear of God. For the sin of their mouth and of their words and of their lips, let them even be taken in their pride. And for the cursing and lying which they speak, consume them in wrath, consume them, that they may not be, and let them know that God ruleth in Jacob to the ends of the earth. Selah. And at even let them return, let them make noise like a dog, and go round about the city. Let them wander up and down for meat, and grudge if they be not satisfied. I will sing of thy power, yea, I will sing aloud of thy mercy in the morning, for thou hast been my defense and my refuge in the day of trouble. Unto thee, O my strength, will I sing, for God is my defense, and the God of my mercy. O God, thou hast cast us off, thou hast scattered us, thou hast been displeased. O turn thyself to us again. Thou hast made the earth to tremble, thou hast broken it, heal the breaches thereof, for it shaketh. And thou hast shewed thy people hard things. Thou hast made us to drink the wine of astonishment. Thou hast given a banner to them that fear thee, that it may be displayed because of truth, Selah. That thy beloved may be delivered, save with thy right hand, and hear me. God hath spoken in his holiness. I will rejoice and will divide Shechem and mete out the valley of Succoth. Gilead is mine, Manasseh is mine, Ephraim also is the strength of my head, Judah is my lawgiver. What a nightmare to wake up and Sarah Palin is right. That's gotta hurt. Something like that. St. Paul persecuted Christians. The way he got forgiveness was to be persecuted. If you humiliate God's people, it's your turn to be humiliated. So if Stephen Hawking beats up God's people, now Stephen Hawking gets humbled, because he sure looks stupid if God exists. All these people look ridiculously stupid. It's kind of funny when Sarah Palin is smarter than Stephen Hawking. What a nightmare. Okay. Well, they're talking about Microsoft in the bad old days. Don't worry. I have a guarantee. I can be magnanimous. I made God's temple. It'll sell like hotcakes. And the angel of the Lord went forth and stood in the narrow place where there was no way to turn either to the right or to the left. And when the ass saw the angel of the Lord, she fell down under Balaam, and Balaam's anger was kindled, and he smote the ass with the staff. And the Lord opened the mouth of the ass, and he said unto Balaam, What have I done unto thee, that thou hast smitten me these 3 times? Balaam said unto the ass, Because thou hast mocked me. I would there was a sword in my hand, for now I would kill thee. And the ass said unto Balaam, Am not I thine ass, upon which thou hast ridden ever since I was thine to this day? What was I ever wont to do so unto thee? He said, Nay. And the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, and the sword drawn in his hand. And he bowed down his head and fell flat on his face. And the angel of the Lord said unto him, Wherefore hast thou smitten thine ass with these 3 times? Behold, I went out to withstand thee, because thy way is perverse before me. And the ass saw me and turned from me these 3 times. Unless she had turned from me, surely now also I had slain thee, and saved her alive. And Balaam stood unto the angel of the Lord. And Balaam said unto the angel of the Lord, I have sinned, for I knew not that thou stoodest in the way against me. For therefore, if it displeaseth thee, I will get me back again. Hello, bird. Hello, bird. Hello, bird. Hello, bird. Puppy. I think it's good that they're doing the I like Keel and Peel, or Peel and what are their names? God doesn't like pets. It's kind of good that they're doing well, I don't know how it's, well, whatever. They're doing a thing about a cat. I think, I don't know. For once, the white people look worse than black people. The white people owning pets. Black people don't have the same vice or the same guilt as white people do for pets. Black people don't really own pets as much, do they? I don't know. What am I?
A couple of years ago, when the Rijksmuseum was closed before it reopened in all its splendor and glory, and the treasures of the Rijksmuseum were in an adjacent building. It was great that they were there. It wasn't the world's most impressive building, but the treasures were there. And as one wandered through this great sequence of works, Vermeer in particular, Rembrandt ending with the Night Watch, out into the gift room, the gift shop, inevitably, I noticed on the till there was a postcard of the girl with the pearl earring and a notice saying, "No, it's in The Hague," which may or may not throw light on the public opinion or mass opinion of visitors to the Rijksmuseum on tonight's debate. Of course, it doesn't. Anyway, I thought I'd throw that into the mix. I don't know quite how tonight's debate is going to go. I know that from brief conversations with our speakers that it may be a debate around humanity unedited in all its forms, to a kind of selfless reflection on the human condition with space for the viewer. We may touch on light and dark. We may look at Delft and Amsterdam in contrast. We may look at scientific discovery and an expressive form of art. We may look at religion. No jokes? No jokes. But it'll be combative and competitive, as you've seen. Just let me give you a brief run through on the form this evening. Each of the speakers will get 20 minutes. I'm giving them latitude to go to 23, but we're going to try and be tight and tough. Then there will be a debate between the three of us, or the two of them with me in the middle. Then there will be time for questions from the floor. Now, you've all voted as you come in. We'll announce in the middle of the evening what your vote was, what the entry poll was. During the questions from the floor,
What do you think of The Hague, Mr. God? Damn. Uh-oh. The Hague. That's all you had to say. I don't know. Their brethren, the children of Israel. But the children of Benjamin gathered themselves together out of the cities of Gibeah to go to battle against children of Israel. And when the children of Benjamin were numbered at the time out of the cities 26,000 that drew the sword, beside the inhabitants of Gibeah, which were numbered 700 chosen men. Among all this people were 700 chosen men, left-handed. Each one could sling a stone at a hair's breadth and not miss. And the men of Israel, beside Benjamin, were numbered 400,000 men that drew the sword. All these were men of war. What are we talking about? Left-handed hair's breadth. They were fighting each other. So, I just will ignore everything and present the new world order. The new world order. Okay, I asked God if the world was perfectly just. God asked if I was calling him lazy. God, I don't know if God will talk to everybody. Probably not, I guess. If you do an offering, maybe he will talk. If you have a complaint, tell God and he'll say, fuck you, and then that's the end. God doesn't like complaints. So the enemy can fuck around all they want. I have God. They are in denial. We know how this ends. Does God win or does the enemy win? I'm just telling you, you should be on the winning side, and that's God's side. The CIA needs to get on the winning side. The sooner the CIA gets on the winning side, the better. So now, here's what you do. You distribute God's temple to the world with English as the new Latin, and everybody's happy. So why isn't the CIA part of the plan to distribute God's temple to the world on chips? Why isn't the CIA doing this? God's world is perfectly just. The most critical thing for national interest is God's approval. The most critical thing for national interest is God's approval. The CIA needs to get, what the fuck? Why are you fucking around? The CIA needs to, I shouldn't fart on TV. Should shut this down. I shouldn't fart on TV. Should shut this down. I shouldn't fart on TV. Why am I not talking? Oops. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, the humiliation. I hate when that happens. Okay, I guess my interview. I should be interviewing you, as a matter of fact. Here's your, well, if I were doing, I've thought about this, and I've done it a few times. Here's job interview. Okay, our code, TempleOS is 100,000 lines of code. The compiler and the assembler are the most fundamental things. Job interview. I shouldn't give it away. Oh, fuck it. Okay, so first of all, you have 3FF you have a format, something like this, for for 1.0. Okay, now for 4.125, you write 4, and then this is the 1/2 column, this is the 1/4 column, this is the 1/8 column, so it's minus 4.125. That's the binary. So so if that's the binary, there's a 1 hidden bit. So what we have is 00001, something like that. Well, anyway, we have the hidden bit is eliminated. So we have 4 zeros. Okay, so we need to put it in here. 400 is for 2.0. 401 for 4.0. So what we have is 401, and then we start putting these in there. 0, 8, 0, 8. Now it's negative, and so you know what that means? That means C. So I do believe the number we are looking for is right here. Okay, so if we say F64D equals minus 4.125, dump address D, we have C0 10 80 0000. So I'm an expert on this shit. I don't know what else you want me to show you. Did you know that here's a problem we had in school, which was explain what numbers can and cannot be represented exactly in any given base. This was, I took 5 assembly language classes, and this was one of the problems. Explain what number can and cannot be represented exactly in any given base. I'll just tell you, base 10 is 2 times 5, so that means any combination of powers of 2 and 5 can be so if you have 0.1 is 2 to the minus 1, 5 to the minus 1. These are, we're going to be dealing with 0. Or if we have 1 divided by 6, that cannot be, this is no. If you have 1 divided by 50, yes. 1 or 5 divided by 70, no. Now what if we have another number system? Base 8, well that's, anyway, base 12. Any combination of 3 and 2. So you could do 1 divided by 6. You could do 1 divided by, you could do 5 divided by, no. You could do 5 divided by 64. Well, that's not too surprising. You can do 5 divided by 2 times 3. How about 2 times, how about 3 times, 9 times 50? How about that? You could do that. Yes. Okay. Now, I'm a black belt expert. I interview you, you do not interview me. I am God's chosen programmer. This is God's official temple. The irony is, I am high priest of God's official temple. And I am not an employee, I am an employer. As soon as this gets authenticated, but we got niggers, we got stupid fuck niggers. Barney Fife, the goddamn nigger, doesn't know what a random number is. Barney Fife, the goddamn nigger, doesn't know what a random number is. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? 71608. I am God's chosen programmer. I was given divine intellect to make the temple. And it shall come to pass that the fissures shall stand up upon it from Engedi even until Iglium, They shall be a place to spread forth nets. Their fish shall be according to their kinds, as the fish of the great sea, exceedingly many. But thy miry places thereof in the marshes thereof shall not be healed, and they shall be given to salt. And by the river upon the bank thereof, on this side and on that side, shall grow all trees for meat, whose leaf shall not fade, neither shall the fruits thereof be consumed. It shall bring forth new fruit according to his months, because their waters they issued out of the sanctuary, and the fruit thereof shall be meat, for the leaf thereof for medicine. So if you stretch your brain, you can make it fit. It's not too hard. You can make it fit the conversation. We could be dealing with people who are going, huh? I don't know. That might not speak to lots of people. Yeah, I'm tired. I don't know how to teach assembly. I made some. I tried to teach starting with 64-bit. I don't know if you'd say I tried to teach. You can dive in, and it's what we could do would be to pick a subset. What I should, if I were going to teach assembly, I would instruct. You know what I might do? I would pick certain opcodes, and I would make a subset of 64-bit, and I would teach an assembly language based on just those simple opcodes, and maybe I wouldn't even mix sizes. And that's what I would do. That's how I would teach assembly. We learned real mode when it was DOS. We learned 6502 when it was Commodore 64. There is no. It's. When it's when it when it was when I was young, there were reasons. There was a very good reason to learn 6502 assembly. It was necessary. You couldn't program a 6502 without knowing assembly because it was just too slow. And when we got to the real mode DOS, everybody still knew assembly and dove into assembly, and it was really common to do real mode assembly. But that's it. Nobody stuck with it because it no longer had any justification for most people. TempleOS has a compiler and an assembler. My employees have to know assembly. You can't. You have to be an expert assembly programmer to make a compiler and to make an assembler. In my code base, there aren't a lot of jobs that require assembly, but making a compiler is a job that requires assembly. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. I stopped worrying about, well, let's just say I got a person hooked on making computer games, and then 10 years from now, he's in a company and he hates it. 10 years from now, he's unemployed. That's another possibility. I don't know. That could happen. Is programming a good field? Is it my job to worry? No, it's not my job to worry. I just say, fuck it, it's not my job. I just tell it as it is, and it's not my responsibility. That's more than human. That's overstepping, okay? So assembly language, am I going to push it? Yeah, I will push it a little bit. Honestly, that's one of the appeals of TempleOS is low-level programming. That's one of the appeals. It's like fire. What kid doesn't like fire? What boy doesn't like fire? Okay, assembly language is like fire. It's fun to play with fire. Is it useful? It's useful, sort of. Yeah, it's useful if you're camping. Is fire useful when you live your normal life, 9-to-5 job? No, fire's not very useful. Is there anything wrong with teaching fire? No. Maybe you get a job in a steel mill Phelps factory. I don't know. Yeah, Ken tried to do C programming on an 8-bit computer, and I laughed at him. Back when I worked there, if you have a chip that has, let's say, what did it have? I don't know, 800 bytes or something, or not 800, 800 hex. I don't know what it had. What did it have? 400, 800? If you have a chip there were $1 chips. There aren't a lot of places that need $1 chips, but on toner cartridges for printers, there's a good reason to use $1 chips. These chips were 8-bit PIC microcontrollers, and if you didn't know assembly, you were in the wrong place. it was vital to know assembly to make the toner cartridge chips. Ken, I don't know his exact story, but he was trying to use C to program some embedded chip programmers. I thought he was pretty pathetic. If you're using C on an 8-bit chip, it's probably all fucked up. And anyway, if you're using C on a little 8-bit chip, it can't be good. So well, I was going to say there aren't a lot of places where assembly is actually used, but let's just say how many places are using 8-bit chips. There could be hundreds, I don't know, 110, 100. You know, how many art history professorships are there in the world? Anything has some jobs. How many art history professorships are there, you know, or something like that? So even if there are 100 jobs programming 8-bit in assembly, is that nothing? No, it's not nothing. How many jobs are there working on compilers? Some people work on compilers, not very many. Yeah. 8-bit assembly is not that many. 1,000, I don't know. 1,000, could be 10,000. I think 10,000 is a little closer. If you have legacy systems, it starts getting really big. How many places is it part of your job? Like, just think of all the legacy. I think 10,000 sounds more reasonable. Not 8-bit, but I'm just saying where it's part of your job, not you don't do it all day long, but you have to know assembly for some part. Who's to say you can't be an art history professor at Harvard? Who's to say? Anyway. The point is, lots of people want to try. I thought it was Visual C. Oh. Okay, you know, I'm not really paying attention. I made the third Jewish temple. I'm just saying, I made the third Jewish temple. I'm surprised you're not talking about that. I would think, why don't we talk about that? It's kind of despicable when I don't know. Let's say you want to fall in love with someone. Some people dissect what makes people fall in love and what you can do to make it happen. And Jews are the kind of people that dissect falling in love and they make it happen. Is there anything wrong with it? Well, it's not the way I would go about it. So I got a job doing what I want. Jews want to make money, and so the first thing you have to know is if you can get people underneath you that you're taking part of their, or if you can get into management, or if you can do what do you call it, hierarchies or something. That's how you start making money. That's what, when a Jew reaches the age of 13, their dad tells them this. And who's to say? I don't know. That's John Carmack probably teaches his son assembly when he hits the age of 13, and a Jew teaches him hierarchies of whatever. Make their habitation desolate with them. At the noise of taking of Babylon, the earth was moved, and the cry is heard among the nations. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will raise up against Babylon and against them that dwell in the midst of the rise up against them and destroy wind. I will send unto Babylon fanners. They shall fan her and shall empty her land. For in the day of trouble they shall be against her round about. Against him that bendeth, let the archer bend his bow. Against him that lifted himself up in the brigandine. And spare ye not her young men, destroy ye utterly all her host. Thus the slain shall fall in the land of Chaldeans, they that are thrust through in her streets.
I'm Jason Tilley. I build wood veneered surfboards. When I'm out surfing, I'm thinking about what would make the board I'm riding even better. When I'm shaping, I'm thinking about the waves. I couldn't get the outcomes that I'm getting if I didn't have precision at every step.
I was not worried about a loss of privacy. I was worried about a loss of a public space where people's private lives weren't always being shoved in your face. And technology has made that a lot worse, as far as I can tell. I'm assaulted by other people's private lives in a whole new set of ways. I cannot shop for groceries without getting their private conversations. But that's not what people mean when they talk about a loss of privacy. So I had a very clear notion of, here's a public space. Wouldn't it be nice to only get a composed, polite, or even rude, but some sort of like acknowledgement that we're in a public place, that we're not just having our own private lives, and there's some other people having their private lives floating around, but there's some collective notion of, like, put yourself together a little bit, show that tiny bit of respect for the other human beings around you, and not broadcast your private life. In that respect, and if you look at privacy, which I felt was the problem, I felt like this obsession with privacy. I thought that we live in the growth of the private sector and the shrinkage of the public sector. Even
it's a fair point. So, I was going to say, Big Brother has been watching me, and I've been talking for many, many years. So, shut up, bird. The nigger basically wants to hurt me, and if I'm uncomfortable being public, he wants me private. If I'm uncomfortable being private, he wants me public. So the nigger starts extorting me, but I just say, fuck you. The one thing you learn about extortion is it never happens just once, okay? That's the golden rule of extortion, is it never happens once. It's gonna happen over and over the rest of your life. That's it. Extortion happens over and over the rest of your life. There's some CIA nigger who wants to extort me. Just trust on God's justice and just put it out there, you know? Fuck him. The nigger wants to extort you. Fuck him, man. It's probably some Jew. How much you want to bet it's some fucking Jew that was doing it, fucking extorting me, some CIA Jew? That sounds about right. The Jew is the kind of scumbag who would do extortion. That fits their jollies. That's how they look at the world. They do extortion. The quintessential Jewish crime is extortion. Because they think sinners deserve, I don't know, they don't give a fuck. God actually says extortion is wrong. At least some, anyway. Yeah, there are some failings in the Jewish species. And if the person's just digging for veins, trying to hurt you, fuck them, you know? What, 10 minutes ago you wanted me to talk about my sins? Fuck you, you know? It's probably the same shit. It's the same shit every day. It's been going on. Is it any different today? I don't know. I get phone calls, I guess. Fucking 10 minutes ago you were trying to talk about my sins. Somebody was. I don't know. Fuck them. It's been Big Brother, CIA, some Jew, something. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's fair to say Jews and extortion are a match made in heaven. Am I right? That's what fits the Jewish psyche. That's quintessentially Jewish. You know, in their mind, they deserve it. That's their justification. It's just some scumbag. I'm not always anti-Semitic. I call it as I see it. If I woke up one day and found myself trying to make the world full of cattle so that I could get rich, make the world full of dumb cattle so that I could get rich. Would you make the world full of dumb cattle so that you could get rich? Some people want the status quo. They're fighting, like Bill Gates. He wants. He gets his jollies at home, he gets his money, and he just made the world full of dumb cattle. A lot of people would be not happy with the world of dumb cattle. But some people, they just get their money and that makes them happy. The CIA wants to herd dumb cattle. They get their jollies. Cowboys of dumb cattle. Woo! Have fun rounding up all them dumb cattle. Woo! I'll talk with God. You can fuck with all the cattle you want. Some people try to make people powerful. Some people want to make people impotent. Yeah, it's not my first rodeo being spied upon. No, I'm doing it. It's the same old shit, to be quite honest. I'll just shut this down. I like it. Why are you doing it? I guess I like it, yeah. I think it's the same bullshit. Nothing's any different than yesterday. A couple CIA calls.